people's enjoyment, and you don't give a shit about that. And that's okay. You do you, man. That's what.
Well, I think what I do is actually art. I think all videos, all pictures are forms of art. And so if you are a critic and you don't like my art form, well, I encourage you to go to johnforcongress.com and send me 10, not 11, 10, not $9 right now. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Listen, John, is it true? They said one night we were all in Pepe's room. They said you were live streaming Pepe's room while dancing naked on Instagram. Is that true, or were they just?
You can't dance naked on Instagram, NY. Sorry.
Semi-naked, partially naked.
I gotta tell you, if you're in Pepe's room, you have no right to complain about anything that John does.
I agree. And if you come down so hard on me, you should go look in the mirror because I'm playing a word game here. I'm a nonviolent person. I believe that spending $10 billion a day at the federal level is immoral and it's basically theft. And it's time for the American people to wake up and hear what people are talking about. And thus, that's why I've recorded Clown House for going on 6 years.
And that is a sickness.
Well, what if you just redirected your energy and I don't want to tell you how to do your art, but if you were to think about the power that you have at your disposal, and I think you're doing some of this already, which is this is why, if people think why is Mojo going so soft on him, it's because I've actually seen live streams on YouTube that you've shared that people now get to hear terrorist sympathizers, talking amongst themselves. And my hope is that the law enforcement community sees that stuff and takes action on it. And if that were to happen, if a single arrest were made because of a video that you've shared, I think all of the grievances that I have because, my PTR was up there and my voice was shared on a stream that got, 98 views, it would grossly outweigh the inconvenience and my feeling of my privacy being invaded. Which, by the way, now that Clubhouse has changed their rules, I have no fucking I have no delusions that I have privacy on this app at all.
I mean, privacy is an illusion from the beginning, even with the anonymous, because there are a lot of innocuous accounts that just float around and you don't kick them. And if you kick one because you think it's me, it's only because somebody's looking at my YouTube live. So, the privacy concern with me is there should be no concern. I'm very transparent and public. So it's these other rooms, which are terrorist supporters and potential terrorists. And, I have no problem having the FBI look me over 10 times. I've been in the military and I've never committed a crime. So, come at me and I'll give you everything I have. That's why I don't mind drawing attention to myself because I am an honest and good person. I have no beefs with anybody in my life. So, I'm a happy and a consistent person who comes on here and records the dumbest conversations about people talking about nothing. So, if you got a problem with me, maybe there's something inside of you that's not fully self-actualized. I don't know. Maybe it's a you problem.
If anybody wants to get a lesson in gaslighting, please go and see John.
I can't believe you're being serious, but okay.
Well, wait a minute, John. If everybody is talking about absolutely nothing, what makes it interesting enough for you to report them and stream it?
Haven't you watched Seinfeld, NY? That's a show about nothing. It's George, Elaine, and Jerry talking in their apartment. They go on dates. It's a show about nothing. It's called Zen. It's essentially a word game. And welcome, everyone, to the secondary Clown House world game of John Kitover, who has recorded 6 years of this stupid app, and all of you in this room.
So here's something to consider. Hold on. Here's something to consider. And I think I have no idea what the actual motivations are, John. Only he knows. What I can say is that he's well aware that the average video gets very little views. He knows that, right? But if he enjoys doing it, and there's this potential. This is the thing that people forget. If he's got a volume of content, this long tail of a bunch of little videos that nobody's watching, all that has to happen is one magnificent thing be streamed. Somebody fucking opens their mic and blows their fucking brains out on the stage. Not giving anybody any ideas. But just something crazy happens, and it gets recorded, and it was streamed by him, and it's on YouTube. Yeah, it'll get taken down, but there'll be copies of it elsewhere. And then all of a sudden, they'll go and look for other accounts, and all of the other videos, people will stay. All that has to, and it doesn't have to be something that crazy. All that has to happen is one magnificent moment that captures people's attention and gets shared. And if somebody with a major account starts sharing this and say, I was listening to this, check this fucking thing. This is happening on an app called Clubhouse. This guy's got a whole fucking channel. He's got a library of fucking thousands of hours of this shit. He may end up being a fucking genius if all he needs is one video to go crazy viral. Just one. And he will get paid a lot of money for the video going live. I don't think that's his motivation because he's invested a lot of time to put a lot of strikeouts.
You got to realize my primary target was Adrian Dittman, who is Elon Musk. I have so many Adrian Dittman recordings of him prior to Trump winning, as well as everything leading up to his termination. I have more Elon Musk recordings than anything, fucking 1,000. And those to me are really interesting because he's a nitwit and an idiot, and he sounds like every idiot. There's nothing special about the guy. He cooks butter steak and makes terrible jokes, and people don't really like him that much. But again, that's still just a show about nothing. So, I mean...
Yeah, but Adrian Dittman is not Elon.
It is Elon Musk. It is.
No, it's not. Is David here still? We were in a room with Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk, and Elon's mom. And I don't know if you've ever heard this. It was on a Twitter space. So they were in the room together and they were talking.
I get it. He has burners and multiple cell phones. Trust me. I will bet anybody in this room $10,000 that I can prove to you that Adrian Dittman is 100% Elon Musk because I have enough recordings to prove it. I have so many recordings it would blow your fucking mind.
Ro, let me ask you a question. Would you, if instead of John having YouTube channel after YouTube channel dedicated to me and Dr. Jordan, if he had YouTube channels that were dedicated to guys like Amir and Mikhail and some of the terrorists that were on here, don't you think that could be a potential good?
But then it gets...
Look, I was thinking about that, and absolutely. Absolutely. It would have some good to it. It'd have the potential for some good. And the fact that he's saying that he's reporting some of these incidences, I think is also potentially good as well, just to be able to highlight some of the problematic people. But would it sort of outweigh everything else? I don't know.
What did I do that was so terrible?
In the meantime, okay, and I'm glad you mentioned reflect. Thanks, it's great.
My sin of using Instagram and my sin of using YouTube.
John, okay, control your narcissism. Until then, this is a maybe, there's a prospect. In the meantime, you've got many people on a social app that utilize this medium to be able to have shared information about how they feel and so forth. It's changed the experience of other people to the point where people need to be able to change their names to the point where if lots of people do that, then effectively there are more masks that are on this particular app. There's less benefit for people to be able to get. So there's a trade-off in some way.
I think the fact that those rooms where the terrorist sympathizers are being streamed onto I think that's fucking incredible. I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way, and this would be a genuine question to everybody in the room, including, I know how you feel about John, and prior to Clubhouse making their decision, I felt exactly the same. But is there a way that maybe we can, even if you still view him as a nuisance, where we could say, like for example, let's say one of the terror sympathizers comes into this room and we start engaging in a conversation and they're crashing out hard and saying some things that are highly problematic, right?
Yep.
What if we utilize this? It's like the comic book universe has the Punisher. Like, we should have a mechanism to call in the Punisher, you know, and to be able to just, you know, like if somebody's crashing out super hard, I think rather than making John the bad guy here, if we said, hey, look, we're gonna set the fucking honey trap, and we're gonna bring you content that's far more entertaining than the stupid shit that we wax about. And what if we leverage this service? Think of it as a service that he's providing. He thinks of it as art, but we think of it as a service, and we figure out a way to leverage it. What's wrong with that?
No, sure, great. Look, and until that day, if it ever eventuates, where information that he is, well, he's not really producing it, that he's copying and streaming, goes towards serves a purpose to be able to bring misaligned people into alignment, and extremists and so forth. Then until that point in time, I still have not many favorable. Actually, I don't have many favorable things to be able to say about him at all. I see that he's actually doing more harm for other people than good.
Well, do you have any evidence to support your opinion? Because I just don't think you have any actual evidence to support your hypothesis there, Dr. Rowe.
Well, okay, I don't care to be able to spend my time and energy and thoughts in validating.
Got it. I got no compliments for you either then, so have a good evening.
I mean,
if you're leaving, that would be wonderful. Bye.
You know, I think that if he editorialized any of the surveillance programming that he could conduct on Clubhouse, the anti-Semitism rooms, that would be huge. Now, one of the rooms where he recorded all the Jewish women ganging up on me was kind of a classic. Calling me out as a crazy misogynistic Jewish American prince. That room, I mean, that stuff could go viral, for sure, for show.
See, I do agree that I think my recordings, though extremely amateur and low quality, cell phone to cell phone on little mini tripods, it's very pathetic. But I am also a comedian. I am trying to essentially capture crash outs in a way, because really the high emotional stuff, to me, I have to process it. And, you know, I do a lot of listening. And to me, really, the one great thing about this app is you do realize there are people who are road raging all the time. And, you know, anger management and how you respond to your environment versus having useless conversations about nothing, wasting all your time here because you can't find something better to do with your time. It's really, this app is a great place for enlightenment and for awakening and optimization on how you're living your life. Because in my opinion, if I were to get every word you've ever said on here and put it in front of you and you could fast forward through it and all that stuff, you'd be like, you know, was it worth it? I mean, does anybody here think it was worth it?
Well, I think there's
hold on,
Dr.
hold on. I'm trying to figure out how we can create perhaps a loop that makes this better for everybody. For example, if we have someone that's crashing out, there should be a back channel to John to say, hey, they're crashing out. Come get your content. He's probably already there. And he's
I
probably
can
already
text them if you need.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, just, hey, they're crashing out. Come grab this. The other thing that would be great is part of that feedback loop is if John could take the care to have his greatest crash outs, maybe create a YouTube channel of, Clubhouse crash outs, and then just.
It already exists.
said, believe me, I listen to the content that's on there. That does not exist. That does not exist. You're incorrect. But if he was to index it in such a way that we could then bring attention to it, then the way we bring it full circle is he could find the crash outs in either this room or other rooms. Say, hey, if you go check out the video, it's at the whatever mark. Then we can pull it up in the rooms. We can repurpose it as content, pointing people back to his videos, creating more views for him, getting more people to talk about it. I think we could create a feedback loop and then just do rooms. We could literally do rooms.
It's a roast. You want to roast people who crash out. It's a roast show. That's the show. It's the best show, and it is the most entertaining. And that you run a roast room because you bring people up and you roast them.
Well,
I'm just so happy that you are finally appreciating Edmund.
If I may add really quick, I think the Clubhouse Troll Academy concept, although I was kind of joking, I mean, I would love to benefit from some of the revenue we could generate. Where else in internet land can you learn to troll by text, by voice, emotional and psychological trolling? It is like a breeding ground for potential trolls, and we could use it for good. Like, there's nothing, if we wanted to troll terrorists, I mean, it's kind of like, who was that comedian? Who's the comedian who made fun of, who pretended to be that Islamic guy, the Jewish guy?
People who are recording and streaming rooms.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Sacha Baron Cohen, yeah. Who was he? Who did he pretend to be the first? Who was the Islamic guy that he pretended to be?
Ali G.
Ali G.
Yes, Ali G.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I've sat in many Amir's rooms, and I like to set it and forget it. I can't sit there and listen to their bullshit, but the times that I have spent listening to them, I mean, they say enough stupid shit in there to get themselves in a lot of trouble. If the right person heard what they're saying, they'd have a lot of trouble on their hands.
Could you at least dedicate one particular channel to his room, so then I would come through that to go find the content, to just play it, rip into it, allow the people that are so inclined to turn it over to the proper authorities, maybe do some voice matching, things like that.
Why don't you just get a Mojo 2 account and live stream their fucking room with an anonymous into this fucking room, and then we can all roast them together. Make it an interactive experience, upgrade the quality of your show, get some more burner accounts, and let's get this party started.
I actually have to tell you, I will not pay for an anonymous account, but for those of you that have them, I'm happy to partner with you in a way that we could create good content.
Are you talking about Ben Mandelson?
If that's the content you want to create, that's fine by me. I'm more interested, to be quite honest, with some of the people that are saying literal criminal shit on here. I think that's a service that imagine this story. Clubhouse troll leads to investigation and arrest of a terrorist cell of the United States. That'd be fucking amazing. Dude, he'd get elected. He'd go to Congress. It'd be amazing.
He's running for Congress, right?
Wait, can you repeat that soundbite? Can you repeat that soundbite, Mojo? One more time, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and he already has all that content. He just hasn't filtered it. Maybe AI can help him. Fetch all those gold nuggets you have it.
I mean, where is the FBI? Where is the CIA? Where is the NSA? Is all they do outward facing?
Didn't you work for the FBI or something?
No, I've worked for the government since 2002.
was another alphabet.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember seeing an ID of Edmund.
No,
It was a
it's a
government
it's a
ID.
military ID. I was in the army.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a way to leverage this in a way that gets everybody what they want. You can expose terrorists. You can get the entertainment of the crash outs. Edmund gets the content. If it ever goes viral, that'd be amazing.
I am glad that you finally decided not to get triggered by him.
Well, you missed a lot, and John can catch you up at some point. But it's listen. If Clubhouse hadn't changed their rules, I'd have my same opinion about this. But Clubhouse is the one that decided that nope, there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm not one of those people that's insane where you have to deal with the world the way it exists. Clubhouse allows anonymous accounts, and anonymous accounts can easily stream these things. It's a very, very easy decision for me to just say, I'm throwing in the white towel. And then once you surrender, then you have to look at like, okay, what can be gained here? And I think the thing that John's done and that we all agree on, even his biggest critics agree, is that he's doing the Lord's work when it comes to recording some of these terrorists. So.
Thanks. I mean, Roger, Mayhem was a big project for me. I mean, I created a lot of content around the Roger Mayhem movie, and it wasn't until like I see the thing is, to me, this is like recording a video game. Like, as a great speaker and a great organizer on this app, don't you think that it should have been natural that somebody wants to record you? I mean, I can't be the only person that's ever recorded you, but if you go on YouTube and you type in Roger Mayhem, like, have you ever listened to yourself and been like, yeah, that was a good take, that was right, or maybe I was, like, how do you do any self-reflection based off of my artwork? Thank you.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so no, I don't find any value in the things that I say.
I loved how diplomatic I was in some of the rooms where you recorded me. I was surprisingly diplomatic, considering sometimes I'm as emotional as the most estrogenized woman.
So hot.
I know, sexy, isn't it? I was going to ask you, though, how did the liberal rooms that you recorded, the Ben Mendelsohn's rooms, which I'm not being judgmental about, how did that pilot study go for you in terms of your production work on those? Because I think you did some projects on him as well, right?
Honestly, like, I am also a dopamine addict, so when people know that I'm recording them and it's driving them crazy, and they're like, I'm watching him right now, he's fucking live streaming them. Like, that to me is when my dopamine flares, and I'm like sitting here laughing, just uncontrollable, like tickles, and so much fun. And maybe you could call it elder abuse, because I know there are a lot of senior citizens on here, but the point is, this for me is like an interactive game. I mean, many people, maybe you can't project yourself into me and what I'm doing with all these cell phones in this office every fucking day, but to me, this is an interactive video game, and I love video games, and this is, to me, is the best casino entertainment that I can play for no money down.
Well, it's really amazing when you can have like so much fun at other people's expense, isn't it? What does it say about a person, John? Look, I'm gonna just maybe continue, because I sort of agree with what Mojo's saying. Maybe it will come to a point of time where you can just say, you know what? Maybe getting this feedback from other people, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing with other people. It's not right, but what I can do is focus on, these fucking terrorist supporters, okay, and the racists on here, and dedicate your time to actually doing something that's positive, make a positive change.
Well, he's not going to win the Golden Mayer Peace Award, but he could make a difference. And I do wonder, like, I mean, maybe the testament to all of this is, has a woman found you so insatiable because of your odd sense of humor, or perhaps your radical sense of humor, that you've you've consummated relationships because of it, and maybe that's
or a man,
or a goat.
You got to realize I put myself at risk doing what I do, but I think I create catharsis for people. And if you're angry with me, you're hanging on to words too much. Let it go. That's my opinion.
Hold on. I want to call Blue Ocean, who says, "It ain't terrorism, it's freedom of speech. You're a bunch of snowflakes. American parties should be sued for recording people without their consent." Listen, I don't know if you knew this, Blue Ocean, but everything you ever have said on this app has been recorded. Period. So, if you don't like that, you shouldn't be on this app.
Also, who goes in an audio app where anyone can be listening to you or recording you and is not careful with what they say? I mean, you should always, whether you're in Clubhouse or outside of Clubhouse.
To answer your question, more than half the app.
Well, yeah, but that's their problem. I mean, like, even in your own life, without an audio app or without a phone in your face, you should always be responsible for the things that you put out there. So maybe this teaches personal responsibility to people.
Well, then that makes this a
I don't think it's a matter of necessarily it being about responsible about what you're saying. It's just having a choice as to whether you want to be able to share your thoughts, ideas, and feelings with the masses. Hang on. If you want to share them with the masses, okay, then you have the option to do so. For example, if a room has been set to replays only, you have the choice of whether you go up there and you want to be able to have your voice recorded, right, for everybody to be able to replay. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, you have a choice. Don't come to Clubhouse and talk about your intimate stuff. If you want to have intimate conversations going to waves,
whether you go into those rooms or you don't go into those rooms, or you go up on the stage, or whether you don't go up on the stage. And that is a person's choice. It's not a matter of whether they go on the fucking app or not, for Christ's sake. Okay, but what the point which you're making here is that regardless of whether you make the choice to be able to go up on stage in a recorded room with people like John, okay, who choose to be able to record and stream other people's thoughts, ideas, and feelings, right, without consent, and then to have it commercialized, that is the issue.
It's not commercialized. I'm not making a fucking penny off of this, mate. I'm sitting here in my underpants in my mom's basement, drinking a Miller High Life, smoking a joint, bro. You're such a critic, mate. What a critic.
If anything, he's losing money with this. Have you seen the amount of phones he's got in it? He's got like 30 fucking phones.
I know, it's crazy.
Congressman Kitover, have you captured me gesturing in any way to Issa, like any flirtatious things I've said to her in past rooms, or overtly hitting on her or anything like that? Just curious. I think he's looking to see.
No, I would really love it if people were like, yeah, let's like actually record this and put it in the room title and create content together instead of barking at each other like wild dogs every single day. I mean, can we work together? This is why communication should be revolutionary in the sense that people can organize outside of the traditional communication network. But there's no organizing on this app. There's just road raging, people getting their dopamine for their, afternoon lunch desire. Like, there's nothing intelligent happening here. It's a fucking roast show. It's comedy. Can everybody stop taking it so seriously?
If you guys think that you're special, you're not. One day I went into his room and he was streaming a conversation of his mom with his sister into Clubhouse. So he just does this all the time. Yeah, he was.
Well, we all have to take into consideration these aren't private rooms. Everybody can come in and listen to if you're talking about your sexual kinks or your depression or any of this type of shit. Like, if you're gonna come on here and talk about this shit and get upset, feel like somebody's streaming it. I mean, there's dozens of people in the audience that are listening to you. So
It's just
I mean,
selective
it's a
outrage.
public
I'm the scapegoat. I am the Pepe. You can cast all your hate and anger and frustration into me. I can catch it all and just throw it right back at you.
Does your mom and your sister know that you're streaming your private conversations into Clubhouse?
Are you serious? You don't think they look at my YouTube and know that every single time they talk to me on the phone, there's a chance that I'm streaming them?
You know, the funniest thing is people are paying fortunes for SEO and GEO, and it's like the chance that we're even getting exposure and visibility out of it is slim to, I don't want to say slim to none to hurt it, Congressman Kitover's feelings, but the truth of the matter is people are paying money to have the most ridiculous things about them heard and seen. So we should, in some ways, maybe we need to be grateful.
You went in the Matrix.
No, I think radical transparency is essentially the greatest way to conduct everything. If you can, it takes a huge burden off of you to relieve yourself of this professional social media presence or puissance. It's all artificial. And so when somebody live streams themselves and they record these open, candid conversations, the thing is, no one even looks at my shit. My one YouTube channel's got 600,000 views. That's nothing. And people who listen on this on random YouTube Live, they don't even speak English. They're from fucking Bangladesh. Look at the comments. Nobody cares about what I do, It's my artwork. It's my artwork. I do paintings. This is the cutting edge. What I'm doing now is the smartest thing I can do. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's no different than somebody just standing out on the sidewalk and videotaping people as they're talking. Like, it's legal. He's allowed to do it. I mean, if you don't want to talk about shit in public, then go somewhere private. You know, make the room private. Don't let anybody go in there, or just get off the app and, you know, talk.
He's from Australia. He's not from London. He's never been to Speaker's Corner.
No, I know. I mean, in the United States, you can record somebody. I can stand up with a cell phone and watch two people having like a personal conversation on the sidewalk. There's nothing they can do. I mean, that's exactly what's going on here.
Public, Rich, that's out there.
This is a public social media app.
We're in a, no, it's not a public at all.
It's public in the sense that people can, or everybody in the audience, in the terms and conditions say that he can do it.
Okay, it's got terms and conditions.
Yeah, and they said that he can do it.
No, they did not say.
Yeah, they did.
No, they did not.
They made anonymous accounts for no reason.
The point is the now is all important. I'm going to say it again. The now is all important. And who am I causing harm to right now? Anyone? Anyone here being harmed by my YouTube Live right now? Does anybody feel any harm?
Yeah, I don't want you recording it. I don't want you streaming it. I don't want my voice recorded. And I know there are a bunch of other people who feel exactly the same. I'm sure of it.
Okay, anybody else in the room, speak up, because one person's opinion versus my opinion neutralize it. Anybody else here not want to be recorded by me on my YouTube Live?
I'll tell you what, is there anybody else in the room who feels differently to what I've just said? Does anybody else give consent to being recorded and streamed?
Go ahead, put a 1 in the chat if you want to be on my YouTube Live. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not want to be in my YouTube Live. Again, number 1 for you want to be in my awesome YouTube Live because it's so awesome and so much fun. Or number 2, you do not want to be in my YouTube Live because you hate my fucking guts. Put a number 2 in the chat if you hate me and you want to see my YouTube Live ended and canceled and it's a wasted time. Or put a 1 in the chat if you love it and you love it. Thank you very little.
There we go. There we go.
And the survey says...
Hold on.
Shut up, John.
Bro, what can we do to stop it?
No, 0. But there's no harm in actually, in speaking out about it and just being really straightforward about it as well. There's nothing you can do. Technically, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it, apart from starting off private rooms, that ensures there's a greater level of ensuring that the room is not going to be streamed if you have trusted or semi-trusted people in there. That's pretty much what you can do about it.
I want to explain to
how would he encourage you? I mean, how
Bro, I want to explain something to the people in the chat, right? So,
yeah.
KK says, remove him from the room. So here's the issue. I could remove the account that's on the stage right now. The issue is that if you look down in the others in the room, the one with the fingernail polish, that's also his account. So even and it doesn't allow me to remove that one. So even if I remove the account that's on the stage, he's still able to stream it. There's nothing I can do at all.
Exactly. So why are you gonna get?
So it's a
bitter
me
with something you
problem.
cannot change?
It's my attitude, I guess, my personality that you hate so much because it can't be my artwork, right? Is it the art or is it the man, Rohan?
Stop calling it art, dude. You're dumb.
Oh my God. Okay. Art is about creation. You're about duplication. There's nothing artistic about what you do. I admit that you're actually quite a funny guy. In fact, most people would actually laugh at your idea. So who the fuck?
Why is it art?
Who's talking? Devin, I was just in the middle of explaining exactly that.
Huh?
Yeah, I was saying exactly that. There's nothing artistic about it. It's duplicating
Well, I'm
other
not
people's
saying it's not
thoughts
art.
and ideas and feelings, and there's nothing else to it. There's nothing artistic
I'm not
about it.
saying it's not art. I'm conversing with American and asking him a question. Why does he think it is art?
Yeah, art is a very generalized word, just like the term God. I think everything is art and everything is God. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
What is
everything is art.
What is all
Okay.
that?
His argument is that everything is art, so how could this not be art? Okay.
I mean, some people call it art to put a banana in a frame, in a wall at a museum.
Well, I'm framing a camera lens on tripods. You telling me that this is not art? You go to the movies, right? That's done with cameras on tripods. I'm doing the same thing in my fucking mom's basement, drinking Miller High Life, smoking a joint. And I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com right now and give 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
That it is not art. I did not say that it is not art. I only asked you to defend your claim that it is art. And your explanation is that everything is art. Okay, that's your explanation.
Well, as a professional artist, sorry, I'd like to chime in. I'm a big fan of his work.
It's comedy mostly.
And Farrah is a turnaround, right? Because he grew on you.
He does grow on you. He's funny and he captures quite incredible rooms, and I think it's great.
See, I know some people like it.
Serious and don't like
Sometimes he's annoying. I kick him out of the rooms, and I know he's gonna come back, and it's fine. You just need to learn.
You need to listen to what Mojo said. I'm providing a service. This is a service. I am recording more than you can even take in, but I give you highlights and edits, and people rely on me for catching up. I'm literally a production company over here, and I get no appreciation, and people want to do all kinds of fucked up shit to me, and I think what I do is a great service.
No, because recording people doesn't take much effort. It just means having like 8 different cell phones. Not
Have
that
you
hard.
seen
I'm
my
gonna tell
cell
you something, Marshall.
Marshall's got 50. He's got 52, 53 cell phones.
Well, the art of it is being selective, right? Like, if he captures certain things, like if he captures a woman unfairly calling me a misogynist, I call that art, but someone else may find it, may object to that. But subjectively, I consider that art, and I might give my consent in advance for that kind of a thing. But other things,
you can't speak for him. He's the artist, or he claims to be the artist.
right? But I'm just saying that.
What his creation is getting people out of their own control and emotionally triggered, and he shows everyone that nobody's in control of their own emotions.
This has nothing to do. First of all, Ethan, you don't even understand what he's doing. What he's doing has nothing to do with. Exactly. What he's doing has nothing to do with what you just said. First of all, he's entertaining himself. That's first and foremost.
Secondly, if he captures something that's good content and goes viral, out of all of the hours that he's recording, he just needs one thing. You got these little fucking snot-nosed kids in the Midwest doing stupid-ass dances, and they fucking go viral? He's got, like, people crashing out talking about killing people. Eventually, one of them is gonna go viral. One of them is gonna go viral. And when it does, we're all gonna look back and we're gonna say, he's a genius. And I hate to admit it, because back when Clubhouse actually gave me the tools to remove people that were recording content, I was not thinking of the value that it could provide. I was just thinking about the fact that he's encroaching on my right to organize a room where we don't record content. And so definitely his will and my will were conflicting. The app has taken all of that away and said, we don't give a fuck. If the app doesn't give a fuck, I now have a choice. My choice is I could be a little bit more respectful on the app. I could have boring conversations, or I can continue fucking cussing people out and having fun the way I like on the app, or I could not be on the app at all. The app has presented those choices to me. They've presented other choices for him. The thing that I think everybody's missing, the people that support what John's doing, the people that think that what John's doing is ridiculous, is the fact that because he's done this service of taking this content and putting it in a repository that exists on the web, he's done the work for you. All you have to do is go and source that content now, repurpose it any way you choose, and I would imagine that you will find a way, a more useful way than he has, to be able to, if you want to monetize it, if you want to expose people, whatever you want to do with it, the world is your oyster. John has actually provided a fucking service, and I can't believe I'm saying this, because if I had the tools, I'd remove him, but because I don't, I have to live with it, and now that I've accepted that I cannot change it, now I'm looking at how can my life be benefited by the work that this guy's putting in. And there's a lot of fucking ways. There is a lot of fucking ways. In fact, I'm hoping that just one arrest, put some fucking Nazi in a fucking prison cell. That, to me, would justify all of the fucking times that he's thrown my name in a YouTube channel, created fake accounts on this app with my name, put the avatar, everywhere on the internet, whether it's on Twitter. I mean, he's done a lot of. John, am I wrong? You've trolled me more than anybody on this app. Is that correct?
I think so. I think in terms of like wanting to recreate you and publish you across the interwebs, like you were my brand for many months, like until Adrian Dittman took over, but then you also left. But you created a lot of content, and I mirrored you as much as I could. And this was prior to Anonymous, so I had to keep creating burners, but buying so many burner phones and creating more YouTubes and more Instagram, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And in my work life, I have created marketing automation, ad tech tools that made a lot of money spamming Google. But this is a manual labor operation here. But having all these accounts and all these phones, it all synergistically worked to create this massive Clubhouse database of really a lot of edits, because a lot of my work is in the short section, and you can go to my YouTube account now. It'll take you forever to go through all the content. There's fucking 20,000 videos now, and I just sit here all day long, and I'm just like, do I go to X? I'm constantly sourcing and going to rooms and trying to listen, and it's a lot of fucking work. So I hope you enjoy this incredible service that I have provided all of you, who now have a much larger language model to go back and say, you know what? This app was a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the staunch, definition of what art is. I mean, I watched a guy that took like 10 buckets and filled them up with water and then pushed them over, and they all slammed on the ground, and everybody started clapping. I'm like, this is fucking art. So if that's fucking art, then what John is doing is definitely fucking art.
But it's comedy too, and it's political. I'm trying to be social, and if you're social, you're political, and I'm hyper social. Go to John Kitover on Instagram. Go to instagram.com/John Kitover. Add me right now as your
John,
new
you know
friend.
how you know it's art is people actually follow you. Like you have religious fucking followers like Maxwell and fucking Beaver and fucking Doc.
Wait,
and all
hold
these guys and shit.
on. Listen, bragging about Beaver following you is not a fucking brag.
I'm just saying.
That's like saying you got some fucking like groupie that came to the backstage and wanted to fucking rub one out for the performance. Beaver's like the fucking bottom barrel person on this goddamn app. Like that is not a brag at all.
Hey, he's got groupies. That's all I'm saying.
How did it come about that Edmund is here on stage? Yeah, I asked that.
There's been I'll tell you, there's been a process of, first of all, it's the app itself that opened the door for this. When the app created these anonymous accounts that you guys pay for, which is hilarious.
I don't.
For those of you that do pay for it, you morons, it's created this opportunity where he can now have one account for each room that he wants to go in and record that you can do nothing about. So that was when I accepted it. Then once I accepted it, I started going and looking at, well, let's see what he's actually doing. And then I saw some of the things that he was streaming that I thought, wow, that's actually a really good idea. When he's streaming the people that are talking lovingly about terrorists and their desires to see Jews harmed, I think that streaming that content and making sure that that law enforcement communities can have access to that to me trumps any sense of privacy that I used to care about. Because again, if I had my choice, if Clubhouse gave me the tool, I would remove the anonymous accounts. I would totally do that. Mainly because my preference would be that we don't have replays on and we don't have people recording it. Although somebody could do a screen record, and so that would take a little bit of extra work. But here's how he got to the stage is, I've been talking about this for a while, about how like my mindset around him has changed. And then I think Rich was the one that said, hey, can you unblock him? And then I had to go and search my block list to find which blocked account he was referring to. And I unblocked him, and it came up, and we had a conversation, and it was a normal conversation. It doesn't mean that, look, I totally get why people are frustrated with the whole I don't consent. Like, I don't know what you're going to do about it. I think what we have to do is we have to take this, learn to live with it, and then figure out ways that you can benefit from it. And I'm seeing more and more ways that it can be beneficial. And so why fight the system?
You take it, you enjoy it. Yeah.
And listen, I know that I have been saying this for a long time, but he's actually an interesting dude. Like when you have real conversations with him, he's actually one of the smartest persons here in Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's an American hero. Sure.
He reads a lot, and his takes are really on point. I mean, it's just that he triggers everyone's nervous system, but yeah, he's not bad. Sometimes he goes a little bit crazy. You need to kick him out of the room because all he's doing is yelling like a crazy person. But when he's actually normal, he can be pleasant.
I try to be funny. I like comedy. I like art. I like politics. I like everything that everybody else likes, but I also like recording Clown House. And that gives me a little bit of an edge over people in terms of creating this database of people, and people really resent that.
For your mental sanity, you should try to, I don't know, like compartmentalize a little bit and maybe create schedules for yourself, because I've told you, like, you know what he does? He leaves the phones on in the rooms while he goes to sleep. can you imagine a sane person like
Wait,
listening to that
Issa, I'm
noise
recording
all night
Amir's
while you're
room. They
sleeping?
go till 5 in the morning while I'm sleeping, and you're calling me crazy?
Well, but you have that noise outside your
No
room.
way. I have my AC running. I have
Terrorists
2
just
thick
yelling
doors.
like
My house
killer.
is big. I don't hear their shit when I go to sleep. Are you crazy? Why the fuck would I torture myself?
Well, that's what you do.
Yeah, don't let John make it sound like he's some poor broke man sitting in a little hut, you know, sitting in that big ass fucking castle he's got there, selling all those fucking dispensaries there, John.
I mean, at least he does yoga. That is much more than a lot of people do in Clubhouse.
Listen, I was gonna say recording Clubhouse requires no work at all. You literally click a couple buttons and look at all the chaos and fun we get to have because of what I'm doing.
So what if nothing goes viral, but you uncover a plot to take down the Sears Tower? I mean, you would be a hero, right? I mean,
yeah, I'd be a fucking hero.
We would be your biggest fans.
Well, I'll tell you what, you may not like the flip side of that because, you know, go to John Kitover Podcast on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@John Kitover Podcast. You can see a room where Issa is in, and she's talking to the awesome guys in the Bitcoin room, and they're talking about the Epstein list. And so if you listen to that conversation from the Bitcoin room, it's got 800 views now. You might learn something, or you might learn nothing.
And so people can search for it. So now that people have been talking about this, if somebody wanted to find, like, okay, I want to find the lefties, where's that shit at? It's too hard to search through all this shit. And I know you don't want a lot of work on this, but maybe you could find somebody that would be interested in helping you do that stuff, because if people could search for it, you know, I can tell you this, I would go to your channel if I could easily just, you know, sort by show me the lefty shit, so then I could just grab the content that I laugh at, and then I would just rebroadcast it in these rooms.
Also, you've inspired me. My YouTube, like, I had Brandy Roderick, Playmate of the Year, Baywatch model. That was the last person I interviewed on my podcast. Without you introducing me to the potential for YouTube, I would have created my own programming.
See, I'm providing a valuable service to the users of Clownhouse. Everything that you've never seen, you can just type in John Kitover on YouTube, and you can come across 30 YouTube accounts of you talking. Literally, people in this room talking and talking and talking and talking. Over 20,000 videos of people talking. Are they talking about something, or are they talking about nothing?
What would you say, John?
I mean, another person that records every single room is Monica, but she uses the in-house system, which is the replays. And so you tell me, when you compare the content of both, when you compare the contents of both, tell me which one makes it for more interesting content. Is it Monica's rooms that are recorded with consent and people, I don't know, like behaving like they're in a classroom, or Edmund's?
Oh, also, Monica, anytime that you've ever told me to check Discord, I've never done it. Not one time.
See, this is the most fun you can have for free.
How many replays do Monica get of her rooms, and how many replays do Edmund get of his rooms?
Monica gets more plays of her replays than you do of yours.
Of who?
You.
I don't do replays, honey.
Well, this is the point. Monica likes replays, just like Edmund likes to record rooms. Well, why the shade on Monica?
I'm not throwing any shade. What I am saying is that is another form of recording rooms, but it's less exciting. I'm just comparing the two.
No. What you're missing here is that Monica does give people the the knowledge that she's recording. Now, what you're saying is that secret recordings are more fun. The secret aspect of it is the part that I used to.
I'm talking about comparing the services.
Hold on. The secret aspect was the part that I was challenging because he was doing it without the consent. But now that you can't kick the anonymous accounts out, then everybody just has to accept that everything's being streamed. Once upon a time, we didn't have to accept that. Once upon a time, this app gave you the tools to make a decision. Hey, if I find somebody that's recording it, can I take an action against them that would prevent that? I actually like having those tools at my disposal. Maybe it's because I'm a control freak. Maybe it's because I think that that informed consent matters. That being said, the app itself has their own rules and their own tools that they provide. And so if I'm going to stay on here and run rooms and have conversations, then I have to assume at all fucking times that it's being recorded. And to assume anything else is just crazy. That wasn't always the case.
You didn't accept it before. Some of us have accepted it 5 years ago.
Yeah,
Since we
because
realized that
some of
it
you
was
did-
unbeatable.
Some of you didn't appreciate freedom quite as much as I do. Some of you don't mind people recording without your consent because freedom's not something you're used to. And I can understand.
Freedom is allowing others to do what they want and not trying to be authoritarian on them. And also freedom is having personal responsibility on speaking the things that you want to be heard, and the ones that don't, just keep them to yourself. That is also freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility.
If I live stream a room, is that not me exercising the freedom of my speech in a way which may not be, traditional, but you got to push the boundaries of freedom. And if you really want to be free, I think I'm doing it.
Listen, it does not shock me that Issa, living in Europe, comes with these ideas that you should not assume that you have these freedoms. I get it. She pretends that she's this freedom lover, but she's kind of surrendered this idea of freedom. And so when people say that they would prefer to be in a room that is not recorded, they would like both the freedom of association, to not associate with the people that want to record or stream the rooms, and they would want to be able to have to be able to speak freely, knowing that everybody has consented to the conversation being maintained here in this place and not being shared, because that's the agreement and the understanding that people had. That was the contract that people were agreeing to. And so I think that the issue I have with what Issa's saying is that Issa just doesn't understand what freedom is.
Exactly. I am the one not understanding what freedom is. You think that just because you want something, people have to comply to it. You disguise your authoritarianism with freedom, and that is not what freedom is. You have the freedom to come to this app and associate with whomever you want. You have the freedom to do a private room if you don't want people to come in. But if you're doing a public room and you want to restrict what other people's agency is inside of that room, you're the one with the problem.
Well, actually, on any other platform, the law would be on my side. Not just the app. The law would be on my side. Well, now
you're talking about the legality of something, because I can make communism legal. I can make a lot of things legal that you disagree with. The legality is not the morality, and I think that freedom is not about legality, it's about morality.
Well,
I don't think you have a firm grasp on either, to be quite honest, respectfully.
I got terminated from an advertising technology company in Los Angeles, and I took them to like the civil rights, bullshit trial, whatever, through California. And they came totally unprepared, and the judge agreed with me, but I recorded the trial and I posted it to the internet, and it caused a lot of credibility damage to the business. And it upset them quite a bit. And so guess who shows up at my house? 2 lesbian female police officers, and my pit bull did not like them. But nonetheless, they said to me, "John, we're asking you politely, can you remove the video?" I said, No problem, ladies. And that's all it took. So if you're gonna center me all night long, I will gladly center myself. But I would just encourage everybody here to read a book and go to the gym.
So I just have to take issue with one thing you said earlier, which was that Seinfeld is just people talking. The show Friends is just people talking. Seinfeld is artfully Jewish, and I love it. It's hilarious. It took a while for me to get into it, but I feel that it's culturally my own, and it makes me feel at home when I'm on the treadmill at the gym watching reruns of it.
No, I agree, but what I'm talking about is this word game that we play and the emotional response to words, meaning that most people can't realize that this is like a comedy show, that this app and these rooms are roast rooms. And sometimes if you're self-deprecating, you're self-roasting or you're roasting other people. Many people don't like my recordings because maybe it put them in a bad light and not as intelligent as they thought they were. There's so many ways to analyze why people hate me and hate my recordings, but I say just let it go and embrace the flow.
Maybe you should do a Kundalini rising exercise for everybody.
Okay, this is your midnight deep breathing meditation with candidate Congressman John Kitover. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go and say, Grand Mojo Rising.
This is the moment when Nike came out.
No, this is an example. Can you speak for all the women on stage and in the audience? This is why women find John sexy, right? It's about humor, right? Like if I was as fucking funny as John was, I would have the game that he has, and I would be as prolific a breeder as he apparently is.
He's not a breeder.
I have a lot of books in my house. I got 15 bookshelves. But the point is, take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 seconds.
Stop.
Let it go and say, I am fresh. And vote John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com.
How many YouTube accounts have you had banned?
On Clubhouse, I would say I probably had maybe like upper 20s.
On Clubhouse, on YouTube, because people have followed you into YouTube and Instagram and reported you there as well.
Yeah.
You've lost your account.
Yep, I have Andrew Meyer. Also, we forgot to get Andrew Meyer's doppelganger today, but
Okay.
Andrew Meyer got me kicked from YouTube because he was drunk on Forum and he was saying all kinds of crazy shit, and that really upset him, and so he got that YouTube account deleted somehow.
You know, the other genius that rivals you in Clubhouse is David B. David B. functions in ways that most people can't when they're sober, and he is so intoxicated and he's making fortunes doing it, and it's like I'm kind of envious. I'm almost resentful that this guy...
Do not be envious of David Bobadilla, sir. Do not be envious of that man. He does not know how to handle his vodka. I mean, have you ever been to... go ahead.
What's the #1 watched video that you stream from Clubhouse?
From Clubhouse, I'd have to search. But my #1 YouTube video of all time is from $1adate.com, which was a dating startup I created. And it was called, What's the Biggest Penis You've Ever Had Sex With? I think that has like 4 million views.
No, but from Clubhouse, we don't care about your other stuff.
I'd have to look. I'd have to sort by most views. So, but again, some of these accounts have 2,000 plus videos in there. You do it. I'm done. I've done all the work. You know, I've provided a service, and you're still yapping at me. Do it. Do it. You do it.
Yeah, because you have your account there right in front of you. It's just a couple of clicks.
It doesn't matter.
It needs to be more sortable. Like the problem with what you've recorded, from my opinion, is that it's not it's not actionable. Like if I said, hey, I want to go and find something interesting, like I'm not going to go through all those hours to find it.
So
you need to.
I know you can create playlists, which is one way to sort it.
Well, also, if you could find one of the sycophants that you have, maybe Issa will volunteer. She seems to like you a lot, and just have them watch the video, and then in the first comment, they can do, like an audit of like at the 2-minute mark they're talking about this, at the 5-minute mark they're talking about that. If you had somebody just doing that, that would be much easier.
Yeah, I agree, but again, I could hire a secretary to come in here and do 8 hours of data entry a day, but if that's technically all SEO work, and hopefully the account would grow to a few thousand and I could monetize it. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I don't know if you know Hampton Spears. I know you do. That little F word has like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's making like 10K a month because they are friendly to people like him. People like me, I get shadow banned. People report me on this app. My work is not valued until today. So I thank you, Dr. Mojo, for finally giving me a little bit of credibility on this piece of shit app. Thank you very much.
Just remember, Rowan values everything you do.
I know. Rohan is my #1 fan. I think you're really funny, John. I think you're really smart. But I don't like the fact that you've live streamed me talking endlessly about nothing.
Edmund, do you have a donation link for your campaign? I'd like to donate.
No, not yet. The woman at the bank is giving me fucking never-ending emails. She does not want to open the account for me.
Just a real quick news break. What do you guys think of this notion? I think it's ludicrous that I've seen in some of my Jewish community groups that people are making the assumption that the guy who went to Park Avenue and shot people up was going after Jewish people just because sadly two Jewish women were killed, I think. As tragic as it is, I think that's crazy. Does anyone have any comment on this topic?
You think that's a crazy conspiracy theory? Wake the fuck up, Dr. Jordan.
I think it's how would he have known? Like,
Did you think he just like stepped up? Yeah, it was planned, coordinated, researched. It was a fucking strike. I mean, you think it was some random guy got off the train because he's fucking having a bad day? No, it's fucking sophisticated attack.
I don't know. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm very much combating anti-Semitism, but I have trouble believing this guy from Hawaii originally played football in Nevada or wherever, travels across the country, goes up to the 33rd floor or whatever, and happens to get these two people in his line of fire.
Can I tap in and say something about the recording? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So I learned a little while ago that if you are actually sitting in a room and you're not utilizing like another device to record, or I don't know like how the recordings go here, like to record the room, you can actually tell ChatGPT, if you have like the paid version, you could tell ChatGPT to listen to the background of your phone, and it will automatically start to populate all of the words that are being said in the room live. And so if you utilize something like that, you might be able to have a better opportunity for categorizing your content, if that, piques your interest. But I thought you might be interested in knowing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, Roger. You want to hear one of the wild takes that Angel had?
That's a good idea, by the way.
She said that oral sex is cannibalism.
That was the day before.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
I didn't.
It's the most
Was that
ridiculous
recorded?
thing I've ever heard in my life.
Did you get that recorded, by the way?
John might have.
No, that's very smart about using ChatGPT as the actual recorder. But yeah, I mean, these are things I'd like to do. I just, it's very easy to just sit down, hit record, and live stream it. And to beat live stream recordings and the amount of data that I'm able to actually transfer through AT&T fiber, it blows my mind that I can literally record 24 hours a day for $50 a month, $60 a month with AT&T, and a $5 subscription. Like, to me, this is a business opportunity, and like I'm actually going to invest more in this. I bought more phones, I bought more tripods, and I'm going to set up multiple stations in my house to live stream the top three rooms, rotating amongst X and Clubhouse. Now, the interesting thing is, like that Bitcoin room, Issa, you may hear some random things, but just recording a 3-minute clip or a 15-second clip or a 1-minute clip of somebody saying something some unique take about, say, Jeffrey Epstein or something you never heard before. Like, this is a chance to pick up on some little tidbits here and there in terms of like knowledge or intelligence or gossip, but it's really just a fucking gossip show. That's all it is.
Well, you also might have an opportunity too to take some of your content you already have and see if ChatGPT takes your feed of that recording so that you can then begin to categorize it. Have that categorize it for you. But there are, as I shouldn't say, there are things that you could probably look into, like apps to assist you with that.
There are already more advanced tools than ChatGPT to create libraries and taggings and stuff like that. You don't need to do anything. You just need to give them access to wherever you have the library, and it will tag it.
So I just bought a new device.
Create clips with AI, and you don't have to.
Amazon just bought a new company called Bee, and it's an AI recording device that you put on your wrist or on your lapel, and it records, forever, infinitely. You can just record 24 hours a day. Everything you do is being fed into this AI listener, and it documents the whole thing. So my plan is to put this thing next to my primary Anon account, and then get transcripts of what everybody says as well and publish that as well.
To answer somebody's question in the chat, how do you do that with ChatGPT? So if you were to go to ChatGPT like right now and just tell it to listen to your background, then you could tap in and continue to talk and do what you're doing. But then you'll also see in your ChatGPT, it will then start to populate the words that are being said in the space. And then you can take that and, that whole byte or however long, you have it going for, and then tell it to, okay, what you've received, please begin to categorize it. You can give it, cues to categorize on, like, I think Roger was saying, like, give me all the lefty shit. Like, I want to, like, talk about all the leftist shit. Like, so whatever, like, start from there. But it's easy to do because all you're really doing is just giving a prompt. But I don't know too far much into the technical other applications that are out there.
So I got a question. Is Blue in the audience? Is that Mikhail, potential terrorist supporter Mikhail? Because I can recognize my nipple anywhere in Blue's PTR. Blue, is that you, Mikhail? Oh, he's been hypnotized, I think. He's worried now about all the terrorist shit he said on this app. So now he's like, I'm not even going to say one more word lest they get one more voice recognition on my dopey, stupid accent.
No, Mikhail is the guy. If you open his profile, Mikhail is the first one that he had a conversation with.
Well, Mikhail took a screenshot of my titty. He likes to play it here for everybody.
Yeah, but if you see the screenshot of the screenshot.
You see, what you fail to understand is that by having a picture of my titty on your cell phone doesn't make you cooler. It makes you the beta cuck. Anyways, where is Hunter Shackelford?
I was shocked.
She retreated after she got caught up in some scam that she got caught for.
Who?
Hunter Shackelford.
Oh, but that was years ago. I haven't seen her around for like 3 years.
You didn't happen to hear the Isaac Hayes room today, where everything in this white man's world is a scam except for Isaac Hayes?
Was that on Fanbase or was that on here?
It was on here, and there was an African American gentleman in the stage who was calling him out, saying, "This motherfucker, he just runs investment scams, taking your fucking money, loser." It was he got called out so bad, it was fucking awesome.
You should at least create different channels for different type of topics. So you have, for example, one for terrorists where you put all Amir's rooms. Then you have another one for conspiracy theories. Then you have another one just for politics.
Why for conspiracy theories? There's nobody on this app.
I don't know, whatever. I mean,
Is there anybody on this app that says anything interesting?
I don't think anymore, but well, I don't know. For example, the Epstein stuff, like people have got many theories about it.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of dum-dums talking about it.
That's fine, but that's what creates content, right? Either a dumb thing, or an outrageous thing, or a smart take.
Listen, if I don't win the primary in March, maybe I'll start to diffuse my name from the index, and because I'll probably be looking for a job. My last day with the IRS was in May of this year. I was a facilities consultant, and so basically I opened and closed IRS offices across the Midwest for the past 5 years. And let me tell you, I've been to a lot of IRS offices. Revenue officers, revenue agents, they need to clean their fucking office. Instead of spending millions of dollars building them new fucking offices, these stupid employees who don't do shit to begin with need to clean their fucking office because it's filthy. And these fat fucking tax collecting pigs sit there in their filth and they want multi-million-dollar offices built for them. Meanwhile, there's no fucking analytics. And if we invest money here and we invest, it's just spend. So I'm running for Congress. All of my Clubhouse content I feel is valuable information. And, I hope everything is branded for John Kitover for Congress. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm doing.
Good for you.
You can go on an entire tour talking about cleaning your office. It's like George Peters.
But John, could you, in the future, think about maybe the top, I don't know, 3 or 4 houses that you tend to record here on this app, and then just put the content in a way that okay, hey, let's go see what's happening in the Muff. Let's go see what's happening in Chillism. Let's go see what happened in Patty's room, whatever the fuck that one's called. If it was that easy, then I think you would get more people from Clubhouse going to YouTube to find this shit. Because I want to hear all the dumb takes that the lefties have, so that I can create content. They would probably love to hear the stupid takes that people have in this room, so they could go and play around with it. But it just needs to be more searchable, more easily to find what you're looking for.
I agree. It's a challenge, but it's just raw, and I can chop it up into shorts, but the live streams are crazy. The amount of live streams I have, the amount of information I've uploaded into YouTube by essentially recording, phone to phone. It's unbelievable. Some of these YouTube accounts I have thousands of live streams of, and you're never going to sit there and go back and watch that shit. You'd be fucking retarded to waste your time that way because it's not interactive, but it's what I've done. And, I don't know, it's probably stupid, but eventually I'm going to pull the plug on what I'm doing here. I'm not going to sit here and record Clown House the rest of my life. At least I don't think I will.
Well, again, if you are interested, just give it a try in regards to taking some of those YouTube posts and dropping it into your chat GPT. ask it for a prompt that you're looking for and see what results you get and try to play with it a little bit.
Edmund, I struggle listening to recordings, even on Clubhouse or even podcasts. There's nothing better than while it's going live. So, what does it really say to the people that watch your restreams? Because I can't stand a replay, let alone a recording on a YouTube.
I agree.
I've never watched one of them.
I agree. I mean, that's why I say it's not really one-to-one. It's not like I'm doing a perfect screen record. First of all, it's phone to phone. Zen and Mini on here does do screen recordings through Club Deck, I think. And his are kind of interesting. But to me, like, this is a closed community. There's no new users. Is there any party hats in this fucking room? No. So this is a closed community that does not grow. And even the passerbys on my live streams on YouTube, they don't know what they're listening to. And I think sometimes people are just like shocked to see all these phones and saying, a lot of people are like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
But
So
that's also because people don't know how to take the value out of the rooms sometimes, you know? Like, sometimes you have these rooms that go on for hours. Sometimes people are doing sleepovers in these rooms, and there's so much being said.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I think Love T, he's in the chat. He might have some information on Hunter. So Love T, come up here. We're looking for Hunter. Get up here. Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, so if you were able to utilize some of these tools to help take out the value that is actually in the room, you might have a better take on some of your social media efforts. Like you're doing the YouTube and stuff. Oh, let me close my mic and let Lefty talk.
I have no information for you guys. I'm just asking, why are you looking for this person?
Do you know who Hunter is?
I've heard the name.
She's in my PTR.
Is that your answer?
No, I'm just saying she's in my PTR. I'm just showing you who she is.
It's kind of like if you
So
know
why are you looking for
who
her?
the person is, if you know who she is, then you get it, and you wouldn't need to ask.
So, did she have a C-section, or is that, what is that on her stomach?
Okay, I think I understand what type of room this is.
Oh, you do? What kind of room is it? That's one of those guys that's queer.
It's straight.
I watched that Hunter Sky before the video. The Pepe was added. But it's funny as hell.
see, I think Pepe's actually a comedian and he doesn't even know it. But he is an absolute racist, bigot piece of shit. But nonetheless, I don't know if you know who Kim Cutts is, but Kim Cutts is one ratchet ass motherfucking bitch. And if you've never been to a Kim Cutts experience on this app, you have not heard the comedy yet. I don't know, Mojo, do you know Kim Cutts?
Yeah.
She's excellent.
Yeah, you're not a true Clubhouse user if you have not heard Kim Cutts.
I don't find her as entertaining as when Millie used to do her rooms. I thought Millie was I don't typically find women funny. I think women, for the most part, are not funny. But Millie was funny.
We're not supposed to be funny.
Was funny? What happened to Millie? She's still alive, right?
Yeah, she does rooms every once in a while. I can still see her. Like last time I saw her was probably like 3 weeks ago.
When you say she was funny, do you mean like in a Schadenfreude way, where like you found her misery to be funny, or did you find her to be, entertaining? Like, because she's self-destructive in a very, very deep way.
When she would fucking crash out and fucking shout at the top of her fucking lungs, "You $2 whore, suck my dick from the back," that shit to me was funny. I don't care.
That's in my wheelhouse for fucking.
Yeah, I remember you love those things.
I love
She
it.
doesn't now that, like, I know when she started getting sober, she said she hates to hear that. She doesn't like.
Yeah.
She doesn't like when people found that behavior to be funny. She thought it was bad herself.
Well, let's just say she's got a great personality and leave it at that.
Yeah, I really like her.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what is it that we have learned most about our fellow Americans on this app? Anybody?
Many of, yeah. Oh.
Nothing is surprising anymore.
I was just gonna say it, but I am gonna say it. Many of them are socially suicidal. That's what I think.
Dawn likes tacos.
I do. I do.
I like tacos too.
Oh my God! Well, let's come over. Everybody, come over to my house this weekend. You're invited. Okay.
Do you think this app had any role whatsoever in helping Donald Trump get elected?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, who said yes?
Angel.
Yeah. This app doesn't have, even at its peak, didn't have enough people that could move the needle in any state.
Well, you know, Augustus, I'm going to work with him on my campaign, and I'm going to pay him to do some creatives for me. And the point is, you know, it's possible that him and his wife helped Kennedy get into office. And if Kennedy turned all his votes and encouraged all of his people to vote for Trump, in that small way, I think this app did commit regime change against Kamala Harris and Tim
What
Walz.
about Andrew Meyer and Ali Alexander and all of these guys?
They didn't help Trump get in there.
I'm not
They
saying
don't
they
work
help
for
Trump, but I'm
I mean,
saying that they
Kennedy.
moved a lot of people out of Clubhouse. Like they the connections.
Yeah.
Ali Harris prior. He was able to rally much people.
Ali moves a lot of people.
Clubhouse? Y'all are selling yourselves a big idea for the Clubhouse.
Hey, those of you that still co-sign for Ali are fucking hilarious. You guys really like those groomers.
I don't speak with Ali since that thing that happened was like I think December 2022.
What about his
I think.
What about his background prior to that? That didn't give you a clue.
Well, I didn't even know who Ali was. We became friends when we were here, but I didn't know anything about him. Just like I didn't know anything about a lot of other people that ended up being very popular and having a lot of influence. I had no clue. And then after being in Clubhouse is when I started learning who was who. But I didn't know.
Are we talking about Ali the atheist?
No, Ali Alexander, the gay pedophile that helped to organize Stop the Steal, who was a convicted felon prior to that, and people that hang out in quote-unquote conservative Clubhouse used to be under his spell because they couldn't tell fraud when they saw one.
This was my first time actually ever hearing about this person. I didn't even know that they were on this platform.
What? Yes, you did, Angel.
Oh, if you guys like disgusting human beings, Roy, this.
Did I? Wait. Why doesn't this person's name ring a bell to me? Like, I've been here since season 1.
Because his name wasn't Ali Alexander.
You had to go into the rooms with like less than 20 people that where the conservatives would do a little circle jerk, and guys like Andrew Meyer and Ali Alexander would sit there and preach to the people, and they would bow down and lick their balls. That was what was happening. It was you know how you have Trump sycophants? These were sycophants for Trump supporters. It was hilarious.
That's
He went and he recruited a couple of like the really naive, impressionable young. They weren't even conservatives. They were just young, impressionable people, and he recruited them, to join him in whatever his evil doing was. And you don't see those people on the app anymore.
Well, speaking of sicka, let me tell you what I'm sick of. Listen. How do you think, do you care, when you say something controversial, do you care how your listeners react, or do you just not give a shit?
I don't say controversial things.
Oh my God, what you just did, licking their balls or something, come on, that's not controversial.
I don't think that actually happened.
No.
Yeah.
No, it
I
didn't.
never say anything controversial either.
I was there.
Some of those were for people kissing his ass.
They would sit
Nobody
there.
licked nobody's balls.
Listen, you guys would sit there, and any time the person was loud, you guys, that was like the measuring stick for who was the most conservative. You guys started with Alex New York, who's not a conservative, by the way. Then you guys went into the Ali Alexander camp. Then you guys got into the Andrew Myers camp. And anytime there was somebody on the app that actually might have done something in politics, somebody like Marshall or maybe Stephen Bader, you guys would treat them like shit. You guys are fucking weird. Clubhouse conservatives are amongst the most retarded people I've ever met in my fucking life.
To be fair, Marshall.
Marshall's been on here a long time.
To be fair, Marshall has done more for the Republican Party than the entire rest of those conservative clubhouse rooms combined.
Can you vouch for that, Marshall? That'd be really.
Yeah, of course I had. As you know, Joe, I've been in campaign politics for about a decade.
And Stephen was a badass, by the way.
Look, Stephen finally got his respect. You guys used to fuck with Stephen, and you didn't realize how in the game he was. You guys thought because he was the redheaded kid from the middle states that that he wasn't shit. He didn't have the big over the top personality. He wasn't grooming kids. He wasn't sucking cock. So you guys didn't like them the same way that you did the other guys. As long as your conservative heroes are sucking cock and talking loud, those are the guys that you like.
That's not true. Stephen has been my friend since day one.
I have a
And
video.
Marshall as well.
Wait,
So,
Don, how
I
many
don't
people
think
are
much
still
more.
friends with Roybus after he said that he wanted to fuck my son? Did that crash out?
Wait, who was it? Who was it?
Wasn't that that Indian guy?
No, he's not Indian.
Damn, he said that too? That's
I
crazy.
didn't know that.
You don't remember that, Don?
No, I didn't. We didn't hear.
He had a
We got in an argument.
He had a cope session a couple weeks ago for himself because I guess he got into it with Andrew or somebody else, but he had to have a room to pacify himself because he was that emotionally upset about, everybody knows these conversations are so stupid. It's unbelievable. And that's why I think recording them has some value because it is like it's like a mini high school or something, I mean, but again, like Mojo said, when somebody from this app, commits a crime and they were known on here or something, I mean, it all gets flushed away in the next news cycle. What is El Normo going to talk about tomorrow at 9 a.m. in a room, Issa has put together some of my favorite rooms in the itty bitty titty community, with Rabbi McDickerson. It's such a nice melange of different viewpoints. It is global in nature, and I think
I can't stand McDickerson. person. I dislike him worse than I dislike you when you're unserious.
Well, wait, who was anyways, I'm just saying that the arguments, the rivalries, the hatred, like it's all just a stage. It's all drama, and I hope everybody has enjoyed it. I've tried to document as much of it as I possibly can because I know this is limited. I don't think that I'll be here forever. I don't think you'll be here forever, but I'm not saying this is goodbye.
Not to cut to you, but we have to stop saying that this is staged. These are people's actual personas. Like, they're not.
No, I agree.
And I know that I bring all the people from the different corners of Clubhouse for you so that they clash for your content.
Yeah, and it has to be controversial content, otherwise.
The clash is what gets the numbers and what gets the attention. Let me just say, the clash is what gets the attention. But if you've been here long enough, and if you've really like tapped into like the various spaces, even in some of like just like the other side, whatever, I'll sum it up as that. You begin to really.
You're referring to the blacks?
Yeah, those rooms are.
I'll just say the other side. You get to hear these fucking personas loud and clear. You can kind of call a shot, ahead of time if you really pay close attention. Like, people actually, it's weird. Like, I have an ear. A lot of the shit that's being said on here isn't something that somebody would say to you bold dead to your face. I mean, that's just a fact. So when you're taking some of these spaces, and I think, you're trying to convey this is to the person who is recording them. If you're taking some of these spaces and you're trying to record them and give them to people who aren't cultured here, it's going to become a different take on content or maybe the message you're trying to bring across.
I'm content harvesting, but I will say the Freddie Roosevelt rooms a couple years ago, maybe those were very funny rooms. That guy Freddie Roosevelt is very funny.
Yeah, Freddie's he's an original character, but again, it's a persona, but it was a very well played persona.
Well, I mean, I think this is also an ESL, language training platform. I think a lot of international speakers get a lot of, as JB says, grace on stage because they're not native English speakers, and they come here to interact with people who speak English proficiently. So, that's a big part of this app as well, and it's a huge fucking waste of time.
Yeah. Those rooms are funny. I sometimes listen into the rooms where I don't understand anything that they're saying, and I'm either brought up to the stage or I troll in the chat. And so, yeah, I do find those rooms entertaining.
Angel, could you describe Clubhouse culture? Because my belief is it's just internet culture. It's not. There's really nothing unique about Clubhouse compared to other internet.
So I would say this. If you're a season oneer and you've been here from the very beginning and you're still here now, we were just having this conversation on Lose Space, like, there are people who have kind of made a certain, certain phrases or certain things or stuff that you've taken like from this application and you've like maybe done in real life, like or said in real life, or like I'll give you a phrase
like the Matrix.
Like the Matrix, or
Do you remember the guy that used to get modded up in Million Marathon? Forget his fucking name, but he had in his bio that he was the guy that came up with land your plane and you're in the Matrix, which was a complete fucking lie. I forget his fucking name.
It's a girl.
Hold on. No, it was a dude that had it in his thing. I'm trying to think of his fucking name. If you give me a second, I'll think of it. He was like a big black dude. He had no fucking personality, and for whatever reason, they'd mod him up, and he had no claim to fame. He couldn't fucking string together words to put a sentence together. So he puts in his bio that he came up with these things, and like only once did somebody call him out on it. And the most obvious thing is like his profile was like created like a year after like these sayings were even like introduced into the clubhouse.
I remember it briefly, but I also forget like who you're talking about. But I do remember the conversation when he was confronted on it. But like so. But again, like you guys can like kind of acknowledge that there's things that I've said on here, like see how that goes, right? Like when people say that shit to me, and then they come back and they're like, and they're telling stories about themselves, and they're like, I said see how that goes, and I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, like you learned that from here. The term diabolical and like how it's being used, and like then you people are coming back to this application talking about their lived experience out in the world, and they're like telling people that they've utilized these certain terms and phrases and shit. And I'm just thinking to myself like, oh my god, people in the real world think you're fucking nuts, but they're probably too afraid to tell you, right? Like, so there is this difference when people tap in on here, right? They know that they could have this reckless type of persona and not really have to have any accountability for what comes with that. Now we've known the dark side has taken that too far. The way that they've said doxed, right? They've redefined what doxing means. We don't know what doxing was before we got the fuck on here. What doxing means now has literally become a part of that clubhouse culture. People they're like, oh, I don't tell my family about this application because I don't want my family members to be hurt. Well, they know that there's a culture on here where their loved ones can be subjected to certain things, certain innocent, they say one thing about their kid and it turns into a whole content about somebody's child being, hurt in an odd way and stuff. The app is just, it has its weirdness, but I do think, yeah, there is a clubhouse culture, most definitely.
MG's Darky Slave made it to Team Pool, and Nick Fuentes.
Dawn.
That's right, remember that was it.
Yeah. Are you guys under the impression? Are you guys under the impression that those guys are popular? Like you guys think Team Pool is like a big name?
Well, it's more popular than your room here. I mean, a lot of people watch them. And MJ's coming on Darky Slaves made it there. I thought it was funny.
What do you think Tim Pool's reach is?
A lot of things have spilled from Clubhouse and made it to more.
Oh yeah.
Well, at least he's monetizing. He's making shitload of money with his content.
Who is this?
Something that anybody can say here at Clubhouse.
Wait, who is this?
Tim Pool's claim. Tim Pool's claim is that he is the second most live stream account of political podcasts. There's for live account streams.
Yeah, I don't think so, but he's pretty big.
Well, yeah.
You're in the Matrix, Joe.
What do you guys?
It's 3.5 million between his 3 channels.
Do you guys listen to Tim Pool?
My dad does.
Never, not once. No, I clip here and there.
Tim Pool that much.
I clip here and there, but I don't.
Yeah, but it shows 3.5 million. It's 1.6, 1.5.
Yeah. So you guys remember the lies that he told about how he wasn't getting paid by RT, and then the evidence came out that he was. You guys remember the lies that he told about that?
That's all fine, but people watch him. There's a point. It doesn't matter like all the bad things.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. You're missing my point. I get it. There's podcasts and people watch it. I'm talking about real influence. This guy, like, and the people he would have influence over. This guy told people that he did not get money from RT, and then it came out that he does get money from RT. And I would just ask, is there anybody here that takes somebody like Tim Pool serious, or gets their news from him, or thinks that he has valuable insights? I'm just curious.
My dad is also 62.
Out of curiosity,
I don't think he knows the RT shit.
And he collaborates a lot with the Daily Wire and
Russian television, Russian national television.
Yeah, what's the impact of it here in America, though? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, seeing how if
He's quite literally getting paid by Russian propagandists.
Yeah.
And Americans are like, oh man, let me eat that shit up.
Yeah, Joe, have you ever watched RT where they talk about the Ukraine war?
Hold on. If you make the argument that Tim Pool's not influential, then how could RT paying him be influential? Is what I'm asking.
I'll tell you who he's influential with. It's not serious people. There's a certain subculture that find a guy that wears a beanie and rides a skateboard and uses small words. I think they find that refreshing because I think traditional media is being rejected, and so there's a lot of like your midwits would look at somebody like a Tim Pool and they would go, oh man, this guy's on the front lines. I mean, I don't trust any of these people that were just a couple of years ago like far lefties. Tim Pool, far lefty. Fucking Candace Owen, far lefty. But you guys, if they say one thing that resonates with you, you don't care if they believe it. You don't care any of that. Like I would bet that there's people on this stage that are fans of both Tim Pool and Candace Owen. I would bet there's at least
that
one
is all
person.
fine. You don't
they also like Tucker Carlson.
Everyone, and you can think
I
of
would bet
everyone
there's at least
misfits,
one.
whatever you
I would bet there's at least one person that likes
fine. All of that is fine, but the point here is not the quality of the information, but the fact that they actually arrive to millions of people. And it doesn't matter if they are like the most retarded people, they are reaching to a lot of your nationals. The people in the US consume them. And whether you think they're dumb or not, they're the people voting, and they have influence on them.
I only like Candace Owens for two things. One, because
her skin routine.
No. I think she is. No, I'll leave that comment to myself. But I like her for two reasons. One, because I love her her little thing that she did with kind of the exposure on the organization Black Lives Matters, and I like her also because she did something with Kanye, and I love the fact that she wore the White Lives Matters T-shirt. Those were the only two reasons why I like her.
You like Kanye?
She and Kanye hate Jews. That's the only thing they have in common.
I grew up listening to Kanye.
You like his new song, Bigger Hair?
I don't listen to his new music.
You don't like the new song, Bigger Hair?
I've never heard it.
The
beautiful.
song is amazing.
It's the Highland
song. Yeah.
I grew up with Kanye, so if you can just imagine just having a little bit of respect for him because of his touch on, on the culture of the music, and so it's that's why I like him. But
So do you overlook the fact that he hates Jews?
I don't overlook the fact that he hates Jews, but I don't believe his hate for Jews is actually genuine. I think that he actually has a vendetta because of some of the elements that have happened to him. And again, I think that these are things that I think the things that he is, has experienced is kind of bring on his own. So I think some people, when it comes down to taking accountability for the monster that they created of themselves, they run away from that like they're literally running away from terror. And some people don't, especially when we see these celebrities. Sometimes they don't have someone there along their journey of their celebratory status to kind of nurture them, like how we've all been nurtured by, loved ones in our family. So when you become this new person and you're responsible for nurturing that, I think there's a lot of neglect that happens, and we do see tragedy with a lot of celebrities. I think Kanye is one of them. And hence in his, psychic episodes with, fucking mental health breakdowns and stuff like that.
Psychotic.
He's got fucked
Yeah,
up.
he's going to have a look. Yeah,
but he paid for his medical.
so I think that we should still marry him surgery. After all, he was not a.
I think that's what's happened. Is he paid for his mom's breast reduction surgery. He's taking a lot of drugs when he was a bit younger. Bam. Diagnosed with bipolar. Would that have been there before? Maybe, maybe not. But
Hey guys, I got a question for Isa. Isa, how do you feel about the state of Israel?
How do I feel about what?
The state of Israel and Gaza?
I don't know.
How do you feel about the situation in Gaza?
In what sense, dude? I think they deserve it. What do you mean?
Oh.
No, she's
asking you a question, really.
No, hold on. Issa's on the right side of that conflict. The conflict she struggles with is Russia-Ukraine. She's a big Putin stan.
Yeah, I knew there was one of the conflicts that I disagreed with her last time. I couldn't remember. So I was trying to flesh it out, and I was like, wait, is Israel Palestine? Which one is it?
When you say right side, can I learn your take on it, if you don't mind briefly?
Sorry, can you repeat it? I'm just cleaning the toilet right now. I don't know. I missed it.
I'll probably just wait till you're done cleaning that toilet.
What'd you ask, Angel?
Oh, she asked, what do you mean by being on the right side?
Oh, because of civilization. You have one of the sides who has actually civilization and has morals and is compatible with Western values and worships life and wants to live in peace, and you have the other side who worships death, who wants to constantly be killing the people from a country called Israel. They are trying to fulfill prophecy, and they are not used to living in peace. I don't know. They're can never have. They're terrible.
So again, she gets this conflict right, but if you ask her about Russia-Ukraine, all of a sudden she doesn't apply the same logic.
I think in Russia-Ukraine, both of them are thugs. And you cannot, I don't stand for the values Ukraine stands for, because their president is a thug. And it's also one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And in a way, I'm sorry that they're going through what they're going through, but it's not like they get a pass just because that little bitch they have as president goes whining everywhere. That doesn't make him a virtuous man. He is very far from being a virtuous man. I'm not defending either Putin, but I don't think that Ukraine is completely blameless. I think that they both got what they want to get into, and that's it. I mean, and you think, or because you believe that Russia is worse, then that makes Ukraine good, and I don't believe that.
Really good. To be the victim of tyranny. And I think the interesting thing is that you can see clearly the terrorists attacking Israel, but when a tyrannical leader in Russia invades Ukraine, you have a million reasons why you think they're justified in it. It's fascinating. And in fact, every word that you just spoke in defense of them was exactly Russian talking points. This is their exact propaganda. And you probably heard it from Tucker Carlson because he sucks their dick.
Yeah, I was getting that into. I have to agree with Roger on that one. I was going to ask you if you have dived, into, getting an understanding of this on your own. Delved. Excuse me, sorry. Delved.
It's not a fucking English class.
If you have delved into learning more about this on your own, because I don't, your response didn't seem too much of you. It sounded, to somebody.
Mark, it's your dog.
This is something that we thought about last week.
Here's how you make it. Don't remember ever having
We disagreed about something. I couldn't remember. That's why I was asking about Israel.
I don't agree with you all the time. The fact that we're friends or we get along doesn't mean that we have to be monoliths. And I'm fine with that. There are people that are not fine with it. They try to be authoritarian, but there are people that don't like them. I have to respect their thinking. Yeah, I don't care. I do hold different opinions than people sometimes.
I mean, I do, for the most part, agree with your position that we're both pieces of shit. But I do think that Russia is a bigger piece of shit, so.
Issa, are you really cleaning
Yeah.
the toilet? Yeah, there's definitely an echo.
Yeah.
This is not gonna help Latina fucking stereotypes when it comes to housekeeping.
It's fine, listen, I clean toilets, I make delicious sandwiches, and I'm fine with that. I'm a woman. I have
Is that what you do in Switzerland, Issa?
Exactly. And listen, I am a Guatemalan. I have to honor my how do you say, my process or whatever.
Floors and windows too?
The what?
Did you do the floors and windows too?
Actually, right now I'm doing floor. Yeah, just like on the weekend I did the windows, and they're like so clean right now.
Peter, watch balls or not chat.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just
And you know what, Abby? I love cleaning, actually, by the way, it relaxes.
Well, I think Abby's about to tell you if you moved to Vegas anytime, she might give you.
You took the words right out.
Hey, I gotta say something to Miss Lopez. Miss Lopez, when I said that the guy came up with those sayings, he said that it was a female, correct?
Who was presenting as a female, yeah.
No, hold on.
At that time, yeah. There could be two different people. No, he's PTRing. He'll be right back.
So while we're waiting for Roger, Rich, if Russia was to invade Hamas in Gaza, who would be the bigger piece of shit?
Why do you still post if you
I
can't?
really hate Putin, but I really hate the Muslims more.
No, right? So I gotta, I mean, just since you put it out there, I got...
No, I just think Zelensky and Ukraine are, I think Ukraine's a corrupt fucking piece of shit country before the war. I think Zelensky's a huge piece of shit, but I also hate the Russian Federation more.
I just hate how, they're funneling money out of, American politicians are funneling money out of the aid that we send over there. I see it as a big foreign quid pro quo, and if anything, it's paying back defense contractors that ultimately donate to American politicians.
My fucking phone died. Hold on.
Hold
on, my phone died. I just wanted to finish this.
We figured it was.
Yeah. So read this guy's profile that I pinned above. If you go to it, this is the guy from Million Marathon that fucking would come in there, and if you look at coining, hold on, coined the Clubhouse term "you're in the Matrix" and crashing planes. Okay, so he didn't say land the plane, but he said you're in the Matrix. Now, that is such an obvious lie. But people make these claims, and by the way, some of you guys follow this guy.
I do. Yep. Not only did I follow him, but Mark Daves was. He was. You know what it is? In the spaces that Nelson had, he was more of one of the founder voices. You know, where his logic, you know, tend to reason with the space. But
why did he make up a claim in his bio that's an obvious lie?
I don't know, that's on Homeboy. I have no idea, but that happened way before I even knew who a Mark Bates was. Mind you, I've been here since day one.
People claiming the same thing, Roger, because there's also a woman claiming that she started the phrase "in the Matrix" and two other things, but yeah, totally different person. So I apologize.
I would just say a lot of people say a lot of stupid shit on this app every day. I mean, for example, like I said, Angel said that, you know, oral sex is cannibalism. That was one of the dumbest things I've heard.
What?
Isn't it just attempted cannibalism?
Yeah, she said if you suck a man's dick, even if you don't swallow the sperm, it's cannibalism. And if a man eats her coochie, it's cannibalism.
Isn't that more like chewing gum? Though, like if you don't swallow it, I was like you're eating something.
Oh my God. There he is, folks. It's Marcus.
Hey, I also invented in the Matrix. I've been crashing out.
Did you?
And more than that, hang on. I invented yelling on Clubhouse. I just want to point that out. I invented yelling as loud as you can when you're angry on Clubhouse. That's all.
You know,
Marshall, did you trademark it? Did you go and trademark it?
Do you guys remember?
Unfortunately,
Do you guys remember that guy who was doing? Well, he didn't trademark their stuff. Abby, there was a guy who would what the fuck is his name? Roger, 10K.
10K cards.
10K cards. So he would take people's like club names or house names or whatever, and he would go and get the domain for them, and then
and then try to sell it back to him.
He tried to sell it back to him for like mad money though.
So he
became a big thing.
He would go to a domain broker where he'd get a discount on getting the domains, and he would get people to give him money, and he would say, "Okay, I'm gonna blow this thing up," and then he would want to know what your company name was or what your full name was, like whatever your brand was. And then he would go get a domain in that name, and then he'll go, "Look, I've secured this domain for you." And then he would sell it back to you for a profit. It was the fuck.
He got every version of what you could possibly want your shit to be.
.net, .com, all the shit, bro. And motherfuckers just gobbled his cock. It was fucking so crazy.
That was a good time. It was a really good time. That one was fucking good.
It was a good business plan until I got 11K card, and then just blew him out of the water.
Do you guys remember? Angel, you've been here a long time. I'm trying to think who else might have been here at the very beginning when. Do you remember before the saying, "You're in the Matrix"? What the popular saying was prior to that?
You're glitching?
Nope. In Black Clubhouse, which I spent most of my early days in. First, I came in through like some of the whole business rooms. Then I discovered Black Clubhouse, and all they used to say was, "You're in the pipes." That was the saying.
Oh my God, Roger, that's so fucking day one.
You're in the pipes.
You're in the fucking pipes. Or something in the water, or I forgot the other one, but yeah, that's the fishbowl. Yeah, there's that took me way back. I forgot that one.
Or you're underwater.
You know when we first came on here, everybody used to have like those like rooms where they were like high energy and like manifestation and things like that. So I came into one of the spaces and I was like, I have this wonderful idea. I think this is going to be, you know, something that can go really big. And it was like I wanted to come and get your guys' advice. I tapped into your space because remember you like kind of like how to promote yourself before people actually listen to you, right? So I was like pumping myself up, and I was hoping that I can share this idea with you guys here. And the lady was like, well, let's learn a little bit more about you. Like, tell us your name, tell us where you're from. And I was like, you know, did the whole rundown. And then this other lady taps in and she's like, well, before we let you go, there's some new people on the stage. And this guy was like, no, I want to hear what she has to say. And I'm like, okay, thank you, sir. I was like, and I immediately started talking. I was like, I have this idea, and I want to title, you know, my house that I'm thinking about creating as Manifestation Masturbation. And the lady ran off with it, and she was like, that is such a really good idea. And she was like, can you give me some details, like what would happen? It was like, well, it's not really going to be like the moaning rooms like that we have here in Clubhouse, but it's going to be like people that come back and tell us their stories about their high peak and intense moments of masturbation and how it got them through their careers. I can't believe they took me serious. That was one of my best trolls, but I'm just cutting myself. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Do you guys remember here? These were the old school rooms where they would do the onboarding rooms, where new members would come and it would be an onboarding room and they would sit there and they would tell you how to use the app. These were not people that worked for Clubhouse, by the way. They were people that they realized that if they do the onboarding room, if people came onto the app, they'd follow this person because they think that it's
all about the fucking follows. Do you remember when they took our followers away from us?
Oh, but they
I got all of that from my
Marcus, when India came online, I remember the moment it came online. And I opened a room in Healthy Debates, of all places, with titles like Vishnu, Brahma, blah, blah, like whatever. And, you know, who's the most powerful? And, like, those rooms would get, like instantly 1,000 people in the room. And then all of a sudden the people were following me, like a fuckload of people were following me that were Indian. And then I remember one day somebody saying, hey, do you have me blocked? And I go, how do I know? Because before you couldn't even see your block list, right? And then when they made some update, you were able to see your block list. I think it was when you had a chance to make your profile private or whatever. And so somebody goes, oh, you got to go here, whatever. And then when I looked at the block list, I was like, fuck, I got a ton of people blocked. And I looked, and all of the people on the block list were all the Indian names. I never blocked those people. Clubhouse, on my behalf, went in and instituted a block because they didn't want me cavorting with them. I think what they saw was there was like 2 days in a row where I had these rooms that were the biggest Indian rooms on Clubhouse were led by me asking questions about Indian food and their gods and all this kind of crazy shit. And it was that was not what Clubhouse wanted. They wanted the Indians to have their own little thing.
Oh,
I
never knew that they did that shit.
This may go down as the one success Clubhouse had.
I think they set back India 100 years at least.
You could be living in the Taj Mahal right now.
I was gonna say, that's boss. I never knew that. I'm just learning that. I didn't hear you ever say that before.
Imagine
that's horrible. That's a fucking lawsuit, man.
50,000 followers waiting for you at the airport.
Is that a lawsuit, Marcus? Is that just a lawsuit waiting to happen?
It's not remotely allowed. It's absolutely. Clubhouse don't owe you shit. They can delete you tomorrow. What's the lawsuit, man? There's something you relied upon. Like what's...
They blocked people from.
Yeah, but they let you.
They blocked Grant
let them follow you in the first place. I mean, it's not like they stopped you from doing anything. It's just they.
But it's like racist.
They let you do it in the first place.
Well, they blocked. It was interesting when I learned that Grant Cardone was actually like blocked. Like Clubhouse had blocked him from coming on the application, but it was right in and around the time where he was having that fallout with John Legere. Thought that was interesting.
You guys remember JT Fox?
Oh yeah. We all remember.
I got a JT Fox story for you from Chicago because he was running his bullshit consulting, seminars here, and a girl that I was dating, her sister's husband was involved in his, real estate success secret course bullshit. So he called me. I talked to him on the phone, and at the time I had owned a bunch of websites that were making a decent amount of money, and he was yelling at me on the phone and talking down to me on the phone. And so when I saw my girlfriend's sister, I said, hey, I talked to that guy JT Fox on the phone. He's a fucking prick and a douchebag. Like he was talking to me, like I'm his asshole. And she started laughing. You're like, yeah, he's a prick and all this, but that guy has been pulling that same shtick and his same, real estate success secrets or business success secrets. It's the oldest trick in the book.
You know what his deal was? So, like I said, when I first got on the app, when I very first got here, I was in like these business rooms and the success gurus and whatnot, and because a friend of mine that invited me said, hey, you should check this out. So I go into these rooms, and when I first got exposed to JT Fox, I was working on a project, and they were saying, like, they were pretending that they were going to give money and invest in these companies. I didn't know what this app was, and I was just like, I'll throw my fucking little idea out there and see if somebody wants to throw me some money, right? And so
you did your pitch?
So I did the whole pitch thing, and then JT Fox and another guy basically, like, shat all over it, right? But then they said, you know what, I've got something I want to send you, and then they reached out to me in the back channels. This woman asked me for my phone number. This is back when I had my real name on here. I gave my phone number out. This woman calls me and says, hey, can I set up some time for you to speak with JT? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I didn't know he was a scam artist. I had no idea. Found out all started doing the Google search of that all later. But what he does is he goes, hey, look, you were mentioning, your idea, and he goes, it's not investable, but I can help you get there. If what you need is you need to do a few things, and I can help you do that. I can sell you a block of consulting hours, and he was going to help me get to the point where he could then help me get the investment dollars. And I was just like as soon as he went into that pitch, I realized exactly what those rooms were about. It wasn't about investing in anything. It was about selling consulting hours.
Dude, the funniest shit that I've ever seen on Clubhouse was they would bring up these people who were like the fucking cousin or the brother or sister of like a 1980s or 1990s fucking famous actor or actress. And bring them up on stage and put them up there for 4 hours and let them fucking talk. And they'd be the only person on stage just putting them up on a fucking pedestal. And I'm like, what are we fucking doing? This person's the second cousin of some 1980s fucking has-been actor. Fucking Clubhouse is stupid.
Dude, look, they've had A-list actors on here that I don't give two shits about, but I think one of the raddest things, and he was in here earlier, is Timok being in these rooms. I don't know how old. Well, I'll explain who he is. When I was a kid, there was only one fucking action film a kung fu movie that fucking had a black lead in it. And in the neighborhood that I grew up in, that was a big deal for the people I grew up around. They had their own little black superhero. And so I don't know if you've ever heard of the movie Last Dragon, but it was extremely popular. And Time Out comes here all the time. I think that's one of the raddest things. I've been in rooms with fucking MC Hammer. I don't give a fuck about him. I think his music is shit. I think he peaked when he was the bat boy for the Oakland A's. But Timok, he's got he's got that one thing under his belt that's huge. But it endures to today. You know that I think that this fall, maybe in the wintertime, they're going to re-release the film for its anniversary across the country at select theaters. You don't do that 40 years later unless it was culturally relevant. It's pretty fucking rad that guy shows up.
That's
What do you guys think about the
cool.
Knots
That
arrest?
is cool that I'm not on that. What'd you say, hun?
I was gonna say, what do you guys think about the Knots arrest?
Why'd they arrest him?
I think it was a charge of battery, but I think this happened some time ago. So
Wasn't he the guy that said he got fucking herpes from Sarah Fox?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
It did not was Denot that African American guy, or he was in the army, or who was that guy? Denot, I know that name.
Not. He's a sea actor, but he does all those rooms where he busts people out on their shit, and then he brings the receipts, right? But he twists it. He has this great capability that few people have to twist it and touch, reach in and grab that part of you that says, hey, I want to kill this guy, or that's horrible, right? Not a lot of people can conjure up that type of emotion within their listeners.
But he took a lot of shit to YouTube, and he became a YouTuber.
He's just a great smooth talker, too.
Well, Hampton Spears is the most successful F-word, N-word that I know on this app.
Oh my god, where's Hammy?
Also, don't forget, I think George Santos, that Fagala congressman who's going to jail, he also was on this app.
You know who else was on this fucking app? Was fucking the Mario Knopfel guy. That runs the big Twitter Spaces. He was on here and wasn't a very big deal at all. And when I was on Twitter Spaces, he sent me a message and he asked me, oh, you the dude from Clubhouse? And I was like, oh shit. And then I talked to him a couple of times. That guy, he blew up in the same way that Million Marathon blew up over on Twitter by just doing the bot trick. Somebody's got to figure that out.
What is that?
Yeah, I know. Wait, where they overtook the room?
No, where do you remember when Jeremy Green exposed the fact that on Twitter he was creating bots to make those rooms look more relevant than they were, which drew more traffic to the rooms? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, there was a big topic about that. Jeremy he's a character. I don't know what I like about him, but he's a character.
I like nothing about that asshole.
No, that guy was like a P. Diddy party fucking faggot. He got turned out.
Really?
Do you guys ever go on Twitter or TikTok or no?
Wait, he's on TikTok?
No, Master, do you guys go on TikTok?
I don't download Chinese spy apps.
Just recently got it. I'm not to delete it, though. I got a lot of spam. It's weird spam, too.
I figured out a trick when I was working in oil field, because we're all off Wi-Fi and shit. That I would walk from my man camp over to the cafeteria, and I would go from one Wi-Fi router to another. And in between going from one to the other whilst you're on stage, it will lose connection for a few seconds, then reconnect. And while you're on stage, it'll actually drop you from the stage. But then once you look down at your phone, you're like, oh shit, I'm still on stage, but wait a minute, my picture's not up there, and my profile's not there. So then you can unmute, and you can just say whatever the fuck you want, and like crash out as much as you want, and there's nothing they can do because the little blocks the block is fucking gone. So they're like, hey, somebody remove him. And I'm like, just fucking crashing out on stage, and they're screaming. They're like, hey, how do we get rid of this motherfucker? They're like, he's ghosting.
You're going crazy. Like, I can't fucking find him.
So whenever I'm at my house, I'll walk out my driveway, and I'll walk all the way to the end of the driveway, and then I start losing Wi-Fi signal, and I wait about 5 or 7 seconds, and then walk back up, and then it fucking shows that I dropped. But I can still unmute and just fucking talk, and they can't click on the thing to like remove me from the room. Like imagine if I disappeared right now, and I can still unmute, and Roger and Marshall have no way to like kick me. I can just say whatever the fuck I want.
Gold.
Yeah, that's what TikTok's awesome.
That's like when they first created houses, and they had that lobby concept where you couldn't mute people, you couldn't throw them out. It was they were just in a lobby, and Tommy. You couldn't mod, you couldn't do anything. Like, and Tommy, some of your guys' favorite racist that was on this fucking app, he's in there fucking. Abby was in there. He's saying all kinds of crazy ass anti-Semitic shit, and nobody could do a single thing. And that thing blew up. I mean, blew the fuck up. Even Clubhouse fucking employees jumped in there, and then when they heard what Tommy was saying, they literally clipped his account instantly. Some of you guys are probably still friends with Tommy.
Dude, do you remember there was this thing that happened? I don't know if anyone else can give a description of it, but your followers, the followers were the biggest fucking thing on this app. Like,
only to the cloud chasers.
Well, that would have to do with that because people.
Yeah, but Angel, the problem with the followers is you could fucking troll the living shit out of people. Because all you had to do is just make up a fucking fake account and then just fucking follow them. And then you can see every room they're in. But like right now, you both have to follow each other back. If you don't follow me back, like if I follow you, I can't see what room you're in.
Right.
Yeah, you actually have to follow me back.
What I was trying to say about the followers is that it was the numbers, like the amount of people that you had following you. And I remember specifically one day, Nelson was in his room and he was like, there was this comment that he made and he was like, about his followers. He's like, I got some like 24,000 odd followers and this and that. And he but he said it like with his chest or whatever, right? And it was like a big thing. And he was like, a little while after, he was like trying to launch, from here onto the platform of YouTube, and it just didn't take for him. He couldn't get a good grip over there, and he kept on slipping, and his content was not as consistent as everybody was so used to seeing him here on Clubhouse. And then one day, motherfuckers clicked into the app, and followers were gone.
Here's why that was gold, though.
Wait, I want to say this, let me finish this. But something happened, like I can't define it, but you could hear it in the tone of people's voice. Like those ticket people, those name brainers, those like the big name people, like something happened to the tone of their content, and I will never forget that day.
Well, here's what was great about it. The worst people on this app were the people that fucking had like the followers, but they never followed other people back. They'd follow like maybe 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 10 people max or some shit like that. And those fucking people are the ones that fucking were the most crushed when they lost their followers. Because if you were mutually following people, then it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, yes, you lost followers, but you'd still like when that day happened, like I still had 5,000 mutuals, because I wasn't one of these fucking prima donnas that thought they were too good to follow other people. And so anybody that lost a bunch of people, I think that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because if you're mutually following someone, if you're mutual, then they become friends, right? They're friends.
Correct.
You have to understand what went behind these numbers. People would be like as if they were like billionaires, like social billionaires. Yeah, like YouTube famous, like real, like as if Clubhouse was paying them, and people actually believed that Clubhouse was paying them because in and around this time there was a lot of shit going on about people making money from the application and coming back onto the application and talking about that they knew people from the other side. They had secret private rooms with the content creators of the app, and they just like really buffed themselves up. But the day that they took the fucking followers away, the tone to these people was just like a lost soul.
Do you guys think that was the closest that Andrew has ever considered suicide on that?
No, that guy was never anything on this app.
Oh god.
You're talking about the religious guy?
Yeah, he had like 20,000 or 10,000 followers and shit.
Yeah, but nobody ever gave a shit about that guy.
Dude, I used to go in and harangue him.
I know, that's my point. Nobody cared.
I had like 2,800 friends, and I was like, Andrew, you only have like 100. I'm like, I'm more popular than you right now.
Fucking hated it. It was a glorious day when all that happened. It was amazing. All the fake asses left that day.
So when we got these yellow plus signs for the subscription, I remember I was this girl from the other side. She was like, I don't know what the fuck she was doing, but she was saying something about me having so many kids, and then she was like screaming on like the stage about how big my vagina would possibly or is instead of this, and I'm just like, it was fucking weird, right? So a few days went by or whatever, and then we got these plus accounts or whatever, and I remember I was like, me and my Uncle Rohan like, me and my Uncle Rohan got you. I was like, don't touch my fucking PTR, especially if you're a bitch who doesn't like me. Now I can see who touches my PTR, and like people were like running around talking about how you could see this. But the funny thing is that people didn't realize that with this plus came some of their altered photos, right? So, like if you cropped your photo,
yeah,
you were able to see the whole shit, and that right there, that was the funniest fucking part, because you were seeing people like botch themselves up through like the AI filters.
Hilarious.
And then you could see like their screenshots of their screenshot of their screenshot, and it was like, oh bitch, wow, you might not want to do that one. So it was that was another highlight of this app. Sorry.
They used to have a fucking house when houses first started. It was the beta house, and it was for a bunch of people that were like dick lickers of the fucking people on the app. And I won't say who, but somebody got me the invite to it, and they almost instantly regretted it. There was people that like were like protesting, like, oh, why is he here? And do you guys know who Nozzle is? Anybody familiar with Nozzle?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nozzle, what a fucking fake ass. This motherfucker, he would fucking go in there and like all he gave a shit about, like everybody had feedback, the kind of feedback that if you were to ask people today, like, hey, what would make the app better, right? Like real feedback would get like beat down, and Nozzle would always talk about like we need to be able to monetize, and like he was always, because he wants to make money from the app. That's all he cared about, right? And so when they were talking about monetizing houses, like that was him, that he was like the engine behind that. And then when they killed that, he tried to figure out a way to like, like monetize anyways without the app's help. And then he had done so much like essentially free consulting for them on a bunch of topics. And then when they were hiring for somebody, he thought for sure they'd hire him because he'd already done all this work for them. And, like, he got so pissed because they told him that they weren't going to hire him. But the reason they gave him that they weren't going to hire him is because he didn't live in the U.S., right? I won't say where he lives, but they said that they were at the time they were only hiring U.S. People. May or may not have been true. He got so mad. He's seen sometimes on this app, but then he starts going around to different apps. He's now like I don't know if he's CTO or what he is over on Chatter, but like he's finally got himself in as an employee status. I know he doesn't make much money because they don't have any money, but that dude is the fucking funny. Like, why would he fight to monetize? He's never opened a room that's drew more than 4 or 5 people anyways. Like, how is he going to utilize the monetization? So now that he's got, like, an employee role, I think he's leveraging that. I don't know exactly where he lives, but I'm guessing it's in a fucking part of the world that makes, like, maybe $3 a day. So, but that guy's fucking fake as shit.
Yeah, but he's super, super smart when it comes to
He's fake as shit, respectfully.
Respectfully, he fixed. I had a problem. He told me how to fix it, going to developer options. What?
Not carry on.
No, he told me how to do it, going to developer options. He fixed it in a minute. I have been emailing Clubhouse, asking. But he's
Nozzle is help desk.
Yeah, he's like Geek Squad.
You know what I did find very distasteful, however? So over in the Million Marathon, we had this room where this woman was about to confront these people on the app who scammed her for thousands of dollars. Like it was extraordinary amount. And
are you talking about Lindsay the horse?
Yes. I didn't know I was gonna say that.
Dude, I know where all the bodies are going.
For Lindsay.
She's the one who's still on here under a different name.
Oh my god, bring her into this fucking space. I want to say hello. I was like, yeah, that fucking room was, that was epic because it was a total lie. It was like a whole fabricated, I got scammed play, and I just, when I was in it, I believed it.
What was she collecting money?
Well, so I think it was to kind of like make this one. So Barbara Majeski was the one who supposedly got scammed. And interestingly, in and around this time, Barbara Majeski was also doing like some like TV stuff, you know, and I think she was really trying to get traction, you know, for herself. And I remember Grant had said something, and I'll never forget it. He was like, even bad publicity is publicity, you know, like, it was weird because people were always coming after Grant for shit that he was saying, and then I was like, oh, I actually think that he comes in and says shit like that on purpose, you know, just to get people to kind of like look at his name and figure out who he is, and, you know, like, whatever. So this ends up happening with this Barbara woman, and it was funny because in and around the time that she was like, you know, going through this, she was trying to like.
And Barbara was like a TV personality. She was like known.
Promotion.
And it was so crazy because I felt like she was doing fine by herself, but I felt like it felt like she maybe thought that she was like obligated to kind of like bring people in with her, you know, into some of her successful moments. Like I remember there was a point where Jonathan Bing's daughters came onto one of her morning shows or whatever, and it was a big thing, and he was like, thank you so much.
Angel, can you acknowledge that Jonathan Bing is the stupidest person on all of Clubhouse?
and a complete, absolute fraud. And if anybody wants to ping him in here, I'll tell him myself. I actually had to pull myself away from Jonathan. Great, I want to just say this. I met Jonathan from the very beginning of this application. He has my personal phone number. I have his personal phone number. We were Clubhouse, whatever. I don't want to say friends, but we were Clubhousey, and we did a lot of back chatting and setting up plays and things like that and shit. But a lot of the stuff that he was putting down on this platform was just it's don't fall for it. That's all I can say. And if you're
He's like
a woman,
he's just the definition of a midwit. He like I don't even want to get into it. He's
Let's talk
fucking
about rape
stupid.
What
accusations.
is
Give him
shit
the
up
Daphne saves
What do you
him.
mean by that?
So let's just say like we had a controversial topic, which we titled it clickbait topics. I'd be modded in a space or whatever. Many of us we kind of would get like a rundown or like kind of like back chat each other on like, what we were gonna like, kind of talk about next and segue. But there was just like shit like that, let so and so up and block so and so or remove so and so or boot the room or just shit like that. So it really had to do with like more of how the space was operated and stuff. But you get to learn sometimes the true person when how do I say this? When people are too preoccupied with being the green bean, sometimes they lose that, that ultra persona that they came on here with, and they show their true colors. That's all.
Hey, Angel, who is the white guy that got grilled when Barbara got duped out of the money and Lindsay, was under heat, but they had.
It wasn't white. It was supposed to be this Mexican dude, Eric.
Yeah. He certainly didn't look Mexican. He looked like white.
He didn't, but he always talked about it. He's like, got really offended when he didn't,
No.
But anyways,
that guy sat on a fucking stage for a fucking hour, letting people just grill him, and he was just like, "Look, I'm here. I'm answering questions. I'm not running away."
Yeah. He was like, it was
That room was so pathetic because he's like, come on guys, don't do me like that. Look, I'm here, I'm standing in front of you. He was like, I'm throwing myself at the mercy of y'all. It was just
they did him dirty though, because they really did him dirty. Like, so he was always the one who was like, when you're in those spaces, like the back channel became, another highlight to like this app, you know what I mean? It's like if only the back channels could speak. Like that should be a room title. But so you had so much that was going on, and here they were running a play on the player. But do you remember Giuseppe?
Dude, we were just talking about him in the chat. When Giuseppe used to back channel me, and he would just be like, "Mod me, bro. All my followers will come. Mod me, bro." And I'm like, "Fuck you. Fucking, I don't."
Giuseppe was one of those motherfuckers. And I think I swear to God, when they took away the followers, Giuseppe was gone. You never saw him again. But he was just somebody who was like but it was weird because I never really actually believed he was who he said he was. But a lot of people vouched for him. A lot of people were like, "No, I met Giuseppe. He's really like buku rich. Like he really is."
He reminds me of? He reminds me of the animatronic pizza tossing guy from Chuck E. Cheese. That's like that's what he always reminded me of. He never said anything interesting, but he did have the fucking Italian accent. There was some authenticity to his.
I always called him. You know how like there's Mr. You know there's Mr. Clean? I called him Mr. Fabuloso. Because I know like Fabuloso is like, you know, I don't know, but you know, I always called him fucking Mr. Fabuloso. Just because he had like a really shiny head, he reminded me of Mr. Clean, but he had like this accent, and he acted really famous. And his shoes, he was always about his shoes and shit.
Do you remember in season 1 of Clubhouse when if race came up, you get up and you participate in the conversation, and there'd always be a black woman to tell you that you don't have the scholarship. You don't have the scholarship for this conversation.
You can't speak on that. Remember, I don't know if you were listening in
I
when they were
started
telling
to
me,
invest in a Nelson and listed it all. I kept getting called by Moshe.
you can't participate in these type of conversations. And the whole delineation campaign that they went on from those rooms became, I guess, my segue into calling a woman a hard ER bitch. Then all hell broke loose from there. And I made a t-shirt. And so, that's what happened. But those rooms were they were more genuine, Roger, than they are today about race on this application. They actually had some tones of authenticity to them, and I think people were really trying to have a collaboration on this race topic and what they could do with
totally fucking disagree. I think it was way worse then. Back then, we were still in this world where if you called somebody a racist, people would panic and be like, oh, I don't want to be called that. And they would get away with saying the most asinine shit. They would tell you that science is racist, history is racist, math is racist.
Everything
that shit was absurd.
Except for black people could never be racist, right?
Well, but it went beyond that. It was like this is back when they would do rooms where they would say math is racist, and then they would do this weird like Terrence Howard thing where they would even tell you that like 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Like it was that dumb.
I remember, and it'd be some country ass black dude with this Ebonics tone, like like the way he spoke. It was. I remember these times, but I do have to disagree a little bit, because I think at those times, remember, we all kind of came here as we were, you know, like we had our real names, we talked about our families, we gave real life experiences to this application. And I think, again, the authenticity was there. I do acknowledge that the authenticity was there. However, I think that there was this trauma bonding kind of culture-ish type thing that was taking place, and people were really trying to have this application be defined as a black app.
Well, it kind of was.
Well, I mean, okay. Let's just.
I think all of social audio starts that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Fanbase is like not even like a worldwide app or even a national app. It's more like a Atlanta metro app. But when this app was created, one of the strategies, if you talk to guys like Ed Nussbaum, like when they were looking at who they wanted as influencers in the beginning, they were very intentional about getting black influencers to drive traffic to the app, and that's why.
What's funny about that, Roger, if you remember, we used to have a Clubhouse icon, and it took a long time for them to bring a black face. And when they did bring a black face, they brought the black face of 3 black men.
Do you remember when Kitover was the shortest-lived Clubhouse icon, and he complained to them and said that he tried to argue that he should be the lifelong icon because of the sit rep room that they did,
Yes.
and how he brought so much attention to the app, and basically he thought that the app owed him something. It was fucking hilarious.
And he killed it because they never did nothing else. They were like, fuck it. It just became the wave, the hand, and that was the fuck it, and that's what it's been. But I remember specifically that they would have these, these icons come and they would speak and they would generate a space, but these spaces that they were generating never they never made the numbers. You're right.
Edmund should have been the face of the app. Nobody has done ever so much as he has.
Wait a minute. If you're gonna get a lifetime achievement award for the app and name an app icon, I would say it has to be Norm. Norm is the icon of the app.
No. I mean, like Edmund is everywhere. Edmund even platforms Norm. Norm uses Edmund.
Edmund himself will say that Norm should be the icon.
If you had to give a description of Clubhouse icon today, who would it look like?
John Kitover.
It would look like Roger's old PTR, man.
I'll never.
John is also very well known in every corner of Clubhouse.
I'll never forget. I'm live streaming a room. I'm live streaming a room, and then I'm also live streaming myself, like laying on my bed, listening to the room. And El Normo is watching me on my live stream, listen to him talking, and I just couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "This is so funny that it's just so stupid, but it's entertaining."
I think if they had to name an icon now, they'd have to pick somebody from India. I mean, that's where there's like 10 times the amount of users in India than they have on this side of the app.
How do you know? Because we can't.
Gotta scroll. Gotta keep on scrolling.
It's not the entire world. It's not the entire Clubhouse world what we see, right? And that I didn't know that.
I used to get good information until when I stopped getting information about Clubhouse was when they didn't even care when I said I'm going to Fanbase, fuck you guys. They didn't care about that. They were just like, he'll be back. But when I fucking went to Chatter, that was like radio silence. I never fucking got.
And you said that you were never gonna come back to Clubhouse, and here you are.
That's okay. It's look, it's promotion. You wouldn't understand it.
Roger, give me your feedback on that launch.
On Chatter?
Yeah, but like from knowing Nelson from here, what is your overall heartfelt, honest take on that?
Yeah, I
terrible product manager.
Yeah, I'll say this. I have nothing bad to say about Nelson, other than, and this is just an honest critique that I think he would accept. He promises things, timelines, features, things like that, and it's never on time. And then when the deadline comes, there's no real, atoning for it. And so if you have a new app, the one thing that you want is you want your yes to mean yes, your no to mean no. Don't tell people, shit can happen, but you don't want to promise that, hey, it's gonna happen on Friday, and then it doesn't happen until fucking Monday. That's a bad look. And I think that was one of the things, that was a false start for them. And then I think the other thing that was a big mistake, in my opinion, was when they first started, they could have done any type of algorithm that they wanted to, and instead what they did was they chose to promote and highlight certain things. And when he made the conscious decision to put his hand on the scale for Jonathan Bing's rooms, I think the app, that was like a fatal wound. It was never gonna recover from, because and now there's other issues, right? You need a lot of money to be able to operate these types of things. I don't think he was never gonna have the kind of money to sustain the ups and downs.
Oh, you mean Brent didn't sponsor him and Cindy Stefo? They're not funding that?
They don't have enough money. They don't have enough money. Like, it requires a lot of money, and that's something that they don't have. And so I do think that there were some innovative things that they did. This is something I'm surprised on. From day one, when they had that polling feature, that was a game changer. I don't think the video was all that exciting because the only people that wanted to be on video were like a couple of like dolled up makeup whores, like that, you know, or I won't even say the person's name, but there was one person that would always, you know, like make like duck lips and fucking pour wine and walk around her house, and it was like, nobody else wanted to fucking be on a goddamn camera because most of us are sitting fucking on the couch playing with our dog. Nobody cares about that shit,
Was he
right?
named after a car?
What's that?
Was the person who you're talking about named after a car?
Yes. Yes. So, yeah, but so some of the features that they thought were going to be a big deal, I think nobody gave a shit about. But that polling feature was fire. If that polling feature was here, people, I think that was a game changer. I thought, big game changer.
Roger, I think you're like maybe not understanding the full concept of the video feature, and because I mean I'm almost never on Chatter, by the way, but you got me signed up, and the reason I don't even go back anymore, by the way, is simply because he's had so many problems. I constantly have to reset my passwords, and I just.
Which part do you think I don't understand about the video?
Let me explain the video part. You don't, okay?
Yeah. No, I'm curious. I'm curious what you think I don't understand.
No. You don't. You're saying like nobody gives a shit about it, and that's wrong. And I'll tell you what they do. So you're not in this room. I am in this room. That's why I know about it. So there's a woman named Dawn Fields who runs a couple of rooms.
I know the movie rooms. I know Dawn. I know
Dawn. Okay. So
I know Dawn, and I know that you could do certain things, like you could play a trailer if you want to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, nobody cares. Those rooms. Yeah. I get it. 20 people care.
Okay.
20 people care.
But I didn't. Okay. Look, you know what?
I don't look at my PTR.
I don't even go to the trailer rooms on some because I don't go on Chatter anymore. But for what she wants to do, and that's the reason she runs most of her rooms on Clubhouse, but runs the Sunday trailer room on Chatter because it does have that feature. And you're making light of it, but depending on what you want to do with it, And by the way, for certain people, like I don't think he's on Chatter, but like someone like Piotr who does all this like global diplomacy, whatever. I mean, that video feature could be useful to him to go run like interviews, like not his interviews, but like to get news clips and pull them, and show them to people. I mean, it depends what you want to do. It may not be what you want to do, but other people may want to do other things. So,
Yes. And so, as somebody that spent some time on Chatter, probably more than the rest of the people in this room combined, I can tell you that nobody cared. Are there use cases where somebody could find it useful? Sure. But there was nobody on the app to fucking do that. And here's the bigger problem, Ken. Here's the fucking real big problem with it, is that if it did catch on, do you have any idea the expense in terms of content delivery if you're streaming the video on your application and you get a bunch of people fucking doing that? If everybody's turning on their camera, for fuck's sake, or if you're just streaming a video that everybody's consuming, the amount that it would cost, if you think audio is expensive to deliver, which it is, video is the most. It's the most media-rich file that you can deliver on the internet. Right? It's not an image. It's not text. It's a fucking biggest fucking thing that you can deliver. It's massive. And audio's smaller than video, but video's magnitude's bigger. But audio's expensive too. If they would have hit the scale of Clubhouse, they would have went out of business just trying to deliver video. They would have had to turn the feature off or start charging people $10 a month.
That's probably true, by the way. That is probably true, yes. Okay. I'm just saying, the only thing that got me a little upset with you is that I think you're just a little derisive of like other people have other desires, like Dawn, and I think
No, I like Dawn, and I like Dawn, and I think that her use case is legitimate, but you're talking about a use case that would accommodate 20 people. That's all I'm saying. And I like Dawn, and I like her rooms. I think some of her rooms. Not that. Dawn, you always sound like you're like smoking cigarettes and taking Percocets.
What? I do? What? Everybody sounds like
It's not me,
Come on.
I love the last video with her lifesaver ever some individuals on the phone.
I wonder if anyone would have told this to Roger before he made a big fuss about Chatter. And then he actually, instead of listening, he decided to crucify the poor little Guatemalan that was trying to tell him these things that he's saying right now. But no, he did know all of it before. And maybe America, maybe you have some recordings of this time when I was being crucified in Roger. I was criticizing Roger. I was criticizing the product of Chatter, exactly the same things that he's saying right now. And he was calling me what was he saying? I don't remember the exact word, but basically he was saying that I was just giving him like bad luck or whatever, and that was a downer and a pessimist and whatever.
No.
Came back to
There's two things. First of all, why would I ever listen to a Guatemalan chicken farmer? That doesn't make any sense. But
you got a point there.
But that's not the reason why I wanted to leave Clubhouse. When they did the meeting, when they delivered the news about asynchronous chat, when Paul did his town hall telling people we're gonna make some big changes and nobody's gonna like it. He was correct. Nobody was gonna like it. That was when I was like, dude, fuck this fucking app. And
I'm not criticizing you for not liking Clubhouse back in the day of what they did. I'm criticizing you for how much you trusted Chatter, and I told you.
No, you're wrong, and your interpretation of what happened there is just fucking incorrect, and I'll explain it to you. And anybody that knows me knows that this is true. I was pissed at fucking Clubhouse. Clearly I like this app. I like the quality. Maybe that's just your Spanish ears not picking up English words. Maybe it's not me. Here's the truth of it. The truth of it was this app was killing itself. It was self-inflicted wounds. They built better audio into this app than Fanbase, than Twitter Spaces, the chat, all of those things. The audio quality for this app is fucking tits. It's amazing. And then they didn't understand what to do with it, so they just kept doing all these fucking dumb things. Do you guys remember asynchronous chat? The rebranding? Everybody was going to come here and they were going to leave everybody voicemails? Do you remember that was their plan?
You know, I did think they did do that, right?
Roger, there was a 3 to 4 week conversation that we had every single time we clicked into the app, and people, like, it was just like, we were mad about it. We were all pissed off.
Can
I just say one thing that somebody said?
The reason why they did that is because they needed to isolate our voices so they could train the servers much better. And so people using that, instead of just yelling at each other in the rooms when everyone is speaking over each other, you could isolate the voices and you could train the voice recognition technology.
That would make sense if people had used it. The problem was that people weren't using it. People left the fucking app, and the people that stayed refused to use it.
Can I just say, once somebody said something in the chat that's really important. We're talking about the mascot for Clubhouse, and I agree with the person in the chat who said drunk Marshall should be the mascot for Clubhouse.
You know, not too much on Marshall.
No, I love when he gets drunk. It's fucking hysterical. He's like, no, you shut the fuck up. You go to the fucking audience. And I'm like, I love this
Stop messing with Marshall.
Yeah. I think the insults to Marshall is one of the most annoying things on this fucking app. It's one of the nicest
I like
guys.
Marshall.
But it doesn't stop you from talking shit. It's retarded.
And everybody has been drunk in this app. I've been
Marshall
drunk in
laughs
this
about
app, and I have cried, and I have whatever. I remember that in years.
Look, Marshall can laugh with you about it. I don't care. What I'm pointing out is that Marshall, like, you guys get in these rooms and talk about politics, but most of you don't live that shit. Marshall lives that shit, and then he's got to sit there and listen to people that probably don't vote, almost guaranteed have never donated $1 to a political campaign, fucking damn sure have never volunteered any of their time to do anything. They don't get involved. And I'm not saying that there's nobody else but Marshall that gets involved. Clearly there are people, but the vast majority of the people that criticize Marshall have never walked a day in his fucking shoes, and it fucking shows.
There was a room that I was in one day, and they were talking about Pepe, being like the biggest racist on the app, and they were like going down the list of naming some names, and how the fuck Marshall's name got thrown in there, I was offended, and I didn't even really know Marshall like that, and I was like, I forget exactly what I said in the chat. I was like, I think some of you guys just want white people to take accountability for being racist. And I was like, you guys got your, I forgot what I said, something about your numbers incorrect or your math wrong or something like that. But it wasn't for too far longer than I got removed from the space because I was like, we need to start, I said something about we need to start a club or we need to start a house, about blacks are racist and things like that, and Pepe was going off in the room, like he was like, and he's calling people like all these bitches and hoes, and he was like really teamed up
black
with
bitches and black hoes.
He was like something and whatever else he was going to fuck off. But I just remember this, first time I ever heard somebody throw Marshall's name in with the term racist, and it set me off. And I don't even really, Marshall like that.
Well, after all, he's a gangster. He shares every single letter of that word with everything. So he gets to be racist.
Wait, you said ginger. Is this like a UK room?
Yeah, it could be ginger, but it's a hard R, so if you want to change, I guess it would be ginger.
Yeah, that's an A. Yeah, it's probably just your accent.
Yeah, but look at the word ginger.
Oh, there you go. You said it right that time. I can't. That's one of the other rooms that, I feel like there was waves of things that would happen onto this app, like the error when they try to get all white people to be accountable for being racist. That era was
the best ever was Breyer. Breyer was the most sanctimonious motherfucker on this app, and he did a fucking he did a house called Debate Dojo, and he was gonna train people how to debate properly, and he did a room about CRT, and he was this white lefty he's the white lefty that wants to cape for all these issues, and he thinks he's so fucking knowledgeable. And the black community came in there, and they let him know that you're not qualified to speak on this. And then they did a room where they were talking hella shit about him. He stands there and just takes his licking. They were just like, and he was just like, I'd like to learn. I'd like to be a better ally. And he just continued to kiss their asses. They told him basically they told him that he was a piece of shit. And he continued to kiss their ass. But he was never the same after that. He went from...
I was gonna say, I was praying that was a backdoor troll, but he was dead ass.
Prince, you only got moved to the audience because this is a black on his face. Sorry.
Oh wait, black. Oh, I'm black.
Yeah, but there is quotas in this, and there's only one person. There's only one spot for one black person on stage.
Hey, stop it. Hey, why don't you guys shut up? This isn't a Pepe room. For fuck's sake.
Yo, that reminds me of the time when, like, remember when, like, Grant Cardone was, like, the black community was mad at him because he was like, oh yeah, so when I sell my product to black people, I'm talking with like a street slang. And when he said that, everybody was mad at him.
Wait, so I was there for this room, and I remember specifically, there was a clip or something that they had gotten from YouTube, and they had like posted it up, and they were like, yeah, but let's go down the list of, all this black celebrities and stuff he's had in his face, but he doesn't give any contributions to any black schools, any HBCUs, any black movements, any black this, any black that. And Grant came off and he was like, I give contribution to black people every day. And then that's when he said what he said. And he was like, so then Cindy Stumpo was like, well, what do you mean? Like, what are you saying? Like, we have to dumb it down? And that's when it became like a big thing where he was like, I dumb it down for people to be able to get it. And people then kind of ran off with their spinoff rooms, and they were like, Grant Cardone says that he has to dumb it down in order to speak to black people, and that was epic too. That was a great time. Because he kind of just stood there in his shit too.
What is your guys' take on Grant Cardone?
He is.
He's kind of cool in his own way.
Before you answer,
He likes guns.
I think he's an inspiration because.
Oh my god, I gotta close my mic and listen to this one.
I've spoken a couple of times to him in this app and in chatter, actually.
Yeah. So I think Grant is a great inspiration because, like, my first experience of Grant Cardone before all that was I seen an interview that he had with Vlad TV, and he was talking about how he got into making the money that he's making. He said he first started off, was it like a 3? No. It was basically it was a home. He started off with like a home, and then he built that up into where it became like he owned condos.
Wrong. That's all later. He got started selling fucking cars, and then he got good at selling cars. So then instead of being a car salesman, he became a consultant for car dealerships to go tell people how to sell more cars. And
but you gotta wind it back a little further about when he became clean, because he told that whole episode too.
Yeah, but his business career, everybody's got a different starting point of when they found out about Grant Cardone. You can go back into YouTube and see videos of when he's doing trainings with car dealerships. He probably is fought to get some of that stuff taken down because he was so fucking cheesy. It's just terrible. He's like a snake oil salesman. But I don't complain about the people that like him, because there's some people that like that shit because they don't know how to sell, and they think that that's what selling is, and they think that somehow that if they just do what he does, that they're somehow going to be successful. If he was as good as he says he is at any of these things, right? Selling cars, if he could sell a lot of them consistently, he would have continued to do it. He would have started a dealership. He would have started multiple dealerships. What he wanted to do, when you get into consulting, it's a hit and run. You get paid for your consulting, and you're no longer accountable for the success. It's not because in a business like that, there's so many car dealerships. You just go from one to the next, 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 to the next. He's like running from his problems. When he got into real estate, he did make some smart moves. But if you have leverage, you can make smart moves. I don't think there's anything special about him, but I also don't think that there's any harm in what he does about buying real estate. And the one area where I think he's probably going to get himself in trouble, and John Legere called him out on it. I probably shouldn't say it out loud, or maybe he'll try to sue me. Maybe he'll try to sue me too. Maybe he'll try to sue me, but the truth is that the investment dollars that he's asking people to give, he's not an accredited investment, and so I do think that there's a good chance he could get in trouble. I wouldn't go as far as to say what John Legere said, despite the fact that I share the same sentiment about Grant.
So.
Well, yeah, but let me say, not to defend him, but I mean, I'm going to tell you, listening to his more recent commercials, as I hear him on, like, Sirius XM and everything, he is basically, I don't know, like, the follow-up to it is, but he is basically trying to pre-qualify people now, because he's basically telling them you have to call up or fill out a form to see whether you're even qualified to, be an investor. So he apparently is doing that. So he is, like, vetting whether they're,
that's the new lead, sir. That's the new lead. You have to kind of, like, remember to, like, he goes off of what he, knows is a trending thing.
Well, it's not what it is. I was in the business, so I know a lot about accredited investment. We've done a lot of deals. Okay? So I don't know. Okay, but so he is doing that. I don't follow. I haven't bought any of his stuff, so I don't go through after that to find out like what he's asking them, what he's doing. But it tells me that he's at least going through a process trying to vet out the ones that aren't. But let me finish. One of the other things that people need to realize is that the government has liberalized the standards for accredited investors somewhat. So a lot of people who 20 years ago wouldn't qualify, not because they got wealthier, but in the same static number, may now qualify because there's things under the Jobs Act. There's other ways of, depending on what you're raising and how much you're raising, of getting people who wouldn't necessarily be qualified as accredited investors 20 years ago can now go into these things. It's a very complicated situation. Yeah.
So here's his process. Okay. He will go for he will see who's qualified as an accredited investor, which and you're correct about the looser definitions, but essentially. The traditional definition, you have to have an income of over $250,000 a year, or you have to have $1 million liquidity to be an accredited investor. If you're on Clubhouse, you clearly know. I think anybody with fucking common sense knows that this is not the most fertile hunting ground. Despite how everybody claims to be rich on this app, this is not the most fertile hunting ground to find accredited investors. And so here's the part that you might be missing, Ken, is that if you don't qualify, guess who he tells you to go and talk to?
Nelson.
Any idea? No?
His partner.
As a partner that has a different fund that doesn't take accredited investors and that will allow anybody with small contributions to join a fund. And so he starts this funnel. It's all about a funnel. And it's a hot mess, but when you start unpacking it, the guy's a fucking crook. The guy really is a crook.
Sounds like a shady car
You're
salesman.
getting your money either way, right?
Wait, but the reason why I call him a crook is because he literally had a lawsuit where he was being sued for that same exact terminology or like criticism, and he beat the case. Like he proved that he wasn't a crook in that lawsuit.
No.
Do you think that when somebody beats a case that it's always in their favor because there are some
Prince, how much money have you invested with Grant Cardone?
I want to say this because
First of all, Chris don't have no money to invest. That's the.
No, I was just saying, like, $200 in one of his courses or something.
I'm gonna be honest, like, he's always been like a good guy to me, and
You went to the seminar and you bought his book.
I honestly, I haven't invested a dollar with Grant, but
why are you licking his nuts?
And how has he been a good guy to you?
The advice that he gives, you know,
He doesn't give it specifically to you.
It does. So basically, he helped me.
You know who will give you better advice for free? Graham Stephan. Just go to YouTube and look up Graham Stephan.
With Graham Stephan, but the thing is, I can communicate with Graham. I can have a conversation. I can things that I'm skeptical about. I can ask him.
But that's not solely to you.
So I appreciate that. And the thing is, I've seen him be accused of many things that haven't been proven in a court. You know,
this guy's in thousands of dollars.
Okay, but so let me finish saying
Yeah,
this.
no, hold on. This guy probably fucking pushes the broom at fucking Cardone Enterprise.
Well, let me just say this. Just because you see somebody wins a case doesn't mean that the other side of that, the other party,
yeah, look
lost.
at OJ.
There's sometimes cases that you'll see where people they lose a case, but the decree will go with prejudice or without prejudice or whatever it takes. So he may have had a victory, but it may be a victory with a lot of prejudice behind it. But I also want to say this too, because I don't know if you guys know this. So Jonathan Bing comes into the room one day and we're having this whole conversation or whatever, and there's this video that's dropped, right? And it's of Jonathan Bing meeting up with Grant Cardone, and he almost instantly, upon like just initially walking up to him, like tucks a stack of money in the dude's hand. And it was the transaction for me. It was the way that transaction took place. It was almost like, I'm paying for your attention. It literally screamed desperation. But, I kind of just sat back and, I'm a person who, I do the opposite of what the saying is. Like, we listen, we don't judge. I mind my business and I judge very heavily. And so as I listened to the relationship over the next, few months or whatever, I kind of learned that there was a lot of like dick riding and a lot of individuals who were giving heavy contributions into Grant's whatever he got going on, right? The various things that he got going on. Grant never once came back to the application and actually uplifted these individuals. Never, not once.
I'm gonna say.
Go ahead.
Jonathan Bing is very successful, and so is Nelson, and so is.
I know them. I know all of them. I can call them right now.
This guy's been in an audience about 10 times in Million Marathon, and now he knows the person.
You're not talking to anybody who's new to them. I can call Nelson, Jonathan, I can call them right now. But my point being is that Grant specifically throughout his really, well, I'll call it social relationship with us in the Million Marathon, went to go talk about these uplifting moments that he had with a lot of, wealthy men in the black community.
Like Grant Cardone, and probably more than anyone.
I'll let you share that after I'm finished, but let me just say this. We watched in real time, here on this application, a man that we all know, Jonathan Bing, slide $10,000 into Grant Cardone's hands as he's going in for the shake, right? Upon initial meeting him for the first time. And he kind of bragged about this because it was like a bet or something that they had going on, but the bet was irrelevant to the actual transaction of this in real time watching it, right? The bet really had nothing to do with it in as you're watching this video. You wouldn't even know that this was about a bet unless you knew Jonathan, unless you knew the situation that took place before this. But it was this video and this transaction that kind of led its own segue into this exposure, social exposure of Grant Cardone. Here was a real person, real time, that was giving him $10,000 on the spot. He could have utilized this application and utilize a wealthy man like Jonathan to actually give a real live example of what it is to lift this person up into what he says he could do for everybody else. This was a given. Jonathan literally threw himself on the table for him to be the example, and Grant never took that. So now all of the feedback that you've given about Grant, Jonathan, Nelson, and Alden, what do you think about that? Why do you think that there was such a heavy missed opportunity? We were all here to witness it. Why don't you think Grant took advantage of it?
So I think you were skeptical because of the amount of the transaction, but in all reality,
there was no skepticism in the transaction.
But Jonathan's business has nothing to do with anything that happens on Clubhouse. Neither Nelson. Okay,
but you're not going to answer the question, so just don't even respond. If you're going to do the do-si-do, and if you're going to do all around the mulberry bush, I'm the one who's going to pop the weasel and say no. Because you're not answering the question that I'm asking you. Jonathan B. There's no skepticism in what I'm saying. Jonathan handed him the $10,000 in cash.
But he was transparent.
Right on the spot. Regardless of what it had to do with anything, Grant could have taken this $10,000 and said, hey, listen, with this, I'm going to put you into this, this, and this, and this that would equate one of my members coming in with $10,000. Why don't you think that he made an example out of Jonathan when Jonathan was literally putting himself at the forefront of saying, hey, make me an example? They were rooting. I mean, if you were in the Million Marathon, I was modded up every day. You heard it. You heard their relationship. You heard them driving in the jet. You heard them going to places together, meeting up and doing all this.
Okay, so when it comes to the lawsuit, right? Grant Cardone spent over $1 million in the lawsuit, right? He gained nothing from the lawsuit.
Yeah, that can answer.
No. What I'm saying is like, so the lawsuit.
Why don't you stay on topic, Dick Ryder?
No, because he can't do it. Because you know the truth of the matter is that this young man here, and this is no shade or disrespect to you, but you're just not as invested into what you say you're invested in. You're trying to give me feedback and scapegoat the question that I asked you. Now, I'm not the smartest person. You're avoiding this question at all costs because you don't want to answer this because you want to say something different and blame me. I have no skepticism. I'm cool with Jonathan. There's a couple things about him I just don't. I'll keep it to myself, but I can say it to his face. I actually like Grant. I follow him, and he follows me. He follows me back on Twitter. Follows me back on this application. He follows me in other places as well. I've actually I know people who work for him, and I'm cool with them. And listen, I'm very happy and cool with them. But you're not answering this question for whatever reason lets me know that you're not as invested as you're claiming that you are.
What I'm saying, okay, so with the lawsuit, Grant spent millions of dollars in lawyer fees.
The lawsuit didn't have any. This.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, there's two things happening here. Prince is trying to talk about something like you've laid out what you're saying, Angel, and Prince is ignoring every word you're saying, and then talking about the lawsuit. He's ignoring every word. So, Prince, do you want to respond to what Angel said, or are you just going to bloviate about whatever the fuck you want to talk?
But the thing is, I'm responding to what she's
bloviate.
Okay. Okay, great. If you don't respond to what she's saying, I'm going to think that you're not serious about having a conversation, and I'll just move you to the audience.
I do want to have that conversation. But I do want to
respond to what she said without demanding that you want to insert this other item that has nothing to do with what she just said.
Yeah, talk about that later.
Okay, so what she's saying is that she feels that Jonathan Bing was just so infatuated by Grant Cardone that he just paid him $10,000 to have him in his presence. Like the thing is, like
I said, no. Well, let me do this for you. Oh, no, just because you sound like a young man, I'm just gonna, and I'm like old, so I'm gonna have patience with you. I'm gonna say it one more time. We all knew why Jonathan was giving Grant this money. This had nothing to do with my feelings. This had nothing to do with what I was thinking.
But like,
there was that bet that they had.
The amount is $10,000.
Jonathan was going to meet Grant in person. And the first thing that he did was, upon the initiation of that first engagement of meeting Grant Cardone in person, he gave the money as he went in for the initial handshake.
What was the amount?
$10,000 in cash, right there on the spot. It was literally Jonathan recorded it and shared this video with us.
Is $10,000 a lot of money?
Sir. It doesn't matter whether it's a lot of money. Grant Cardone has him. He tells you verbatim, I have something that you could buy for $1. I have something that you could buy for $100. I got something you could buy for $200, $300, okay? He says this verbatim. My point being is, if Grant Cardone is on a social platform like this, and the dual platform
Hold on.
I want to
No, I want you to shut the fuck up. That's what I want you to do. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna move you down. You're a fucking retard. The idea that you think that all of these people that you just named are multi-millionaires, you're wrong. Their net worth is a lot less than you think, and you don't know them. You know of them because of the interwebs. Don't be such a fool. Let's carry on with a different conversation. That guy's fucking retarded.
Thanks for your patience with that. I'm sorry.
Well, you were fine. He's just fucking a retard. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's a fanboy from fucking Clubhouse, and now he wants to dick ride everybody and pretend that he's counted their money.
Yeah, he got me with the he did so much for me statement. It should have stopped there, but I wanted to kind of like, because he said it, that's what broke me to ask him this question. You know what I mean? This man could have given this entire application a real live personal example of, and these people, you know what it was, Roger, people throwing the fucking self out with him.
That's true.
He could have. I mean, he had plenty of fucking opportunity, but the fact is that.
Well, Angel. Well, honestly, what it sounded like with him is it sounded like an infatuation. Like, I'm guessing Grant Cardone was on here, the way I understand. He can come on and like talk to people and say the shit. But it sounds like this guy came up and probably asked one fucking question, and Grant Cardone gave him some advice. And now it's like when somebody meets like a famous fucking female actress, she's in love with me, and they like become obsessed with these people. It becomes like this Carrie Fisher fucking shit, you know?
It's so funny that we're talking about, like, we're kind of like intertwining this conversation about season 1, because that's exactly what there used to be this fucking woman on this application called Forbes Riley, and she was one of those people who took people like this young man like that, and she would buff them up. You know, like, you don't know who, you don't know me, but I've been next to Grant Cardone, and she drops her YouTube video talking to Grant Cardone. I've made $1 billion with my little toys.
Wait, hold on. So, the Prince, what's his name here? Prince of the City, the fanboy from Million Marathon that doesn't know any of these people, says that he can get them all in here right now. He said, I can get them here right now. Who should I bring? How about this? Bring any of them right now. I'm calling your little $5 ass bluff. You don't fucking know them. You know nothing about them, and you can't get them here right now. Matter of fact, here's a little wager. If you can get them here within the next 30 minutes, it's 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. If you can get them here by 2 a.m., I'll put $500 in your Cash App. Let's see if you can do it.
That's what's funny. Like the delusion that he has. It's like he spoke to him one time,
too, Roger.
but now he's like pretending like he's like friends with him. Like I can call Grant Cardone up any minute. You know, like it's fucking delusion.
Yeah. So at 1:30 a.m. Pacific time, he's gonna call Grant Cardone, a guy that he's never talked to in his life, other than being on a social audio app and talking to him in a room. Something that all of us have done, but nobody fucking brags about, except for the guy that's got nothing going on in his life.
Roger, what are you gonna do when Grant Cardone comes on here and he's like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Well, first of all, if Grant Cardone comes in, he's gonna find out quickly that Grant Cardone knows most of the people at this stage more than he fucking knows that retard.
No, but I'm just saying you're gonna have to pay. Like, what are these guys?
Listen, I would gladly give this guy fucking $500. We'll call it reparations.
You come to find out he's like the nephew, like third nephew removed or some shit like that. He's like, yeah, he's like my mom's fucking, boyfriend or something, like whatever. But he's like
We'll make a room about him, and we'll do like the old days, and we'll introduce him to everybody. So
yeah, Angel, it's like the ones on some. They're talking about like some 1980s fucking C-grade actor. They're like, this is the cousin of this person.
Have you ever seen Grant live stream himself in his office in Miami or wherever the hell it's at?
Seen, like, clips
and he does his dry erase board, and it goes on for hours and hours. And he's yelling at people. He's basically instructing people in the studio. And the point is, most people don't realize that it's an EDU scam or a BizOp scam, and it's just a recurring subscription to get access to his university. So you could call it a scam, but it's like me charging people to go to my YouTube accounts. It's the same stupid, back end where it's a digital library of his fucking conversations, and it's like, oh, that's the university, huh? Wow.
Actually, you know what I would do if I was this guy? I would message one of these people you're talking about, and I'd message it, like, send him, if he's happens to be on Clubhouse, like, fucking send him a message and be like, hey, these two people are betting $500 each. It's $1,000.
No, Rich. What he should do is he should just say, hey, Grant, I'll pay you $250 if you get on Clubhouse right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he wins the bet, if Angel said she'll match it, it's $500, if you get $1,000. I'd be messaging these guys. I'd be like, listen, I'll give you $1,000 or $500. I'll split it between anyway.
But keep in mind, here's a guy that's never fucking talked to Grant Cardone. So even if he sent a message to him on this app or on Twitter, right? Grant's not fucking taking that call at 1:30 in the fucking morning.
Roger, I think the delusion comes out that he may have talked to him, like when Grant was on stage and there was like, they were bringing people up to ask like questions, and he was like, Mr. Cardone, can I ask you about this investment thing? And Grant was like, yeah, young man, let me tell you about this. And he's like, now he's so fucking infatuated.
Wait a second, don't forget this guy. I swear to God to you, I can see this guy right now being one of the ones who would be in our space where Grant Cardone is on stage. We let this guy up. He comes up with his pen and his paper or his notebook in hand, and he, poses his question to Grant, and with every breath he has, he's like noting every word that comes off his man's mouth, because there were people like that. Like, we watched it in real time. Like, I just, I don't want to say I feel sorry for the kids, but I kind of do.
I think he's a little crazy. He's a little off upstairs. But hey, Prince, if it makes you feel any better, I got to speak to Donald Trump for like 30 seconds and say how I've seen Florida and his rally when he was shaking everybody's hand. It's kind of cool. But I'm not like, come on in, dumb.
Well, don't forget, Grant Cardone did have a sit-down with President Trump and conducted like a 1 to 3 hour interview with him.
Hey, I got to talk to him for like 30 seconds. He was like, do you like St. Augustine? I was like, yeah, I love it, sir. I was like, thank you for everything you do. He was like, okay, cool. Just went on.
I don't know if you know who Ty Lopez is, but I had a YouTube account.
God.
Yeah. I had a YouTube account where I was recording all of their advertisements. And Ty Lopez was putting out that he could get you 15% monthly yield if you were to join him in buying depressed brands that were completely undervalued and ready to be turned around in the internet age. It was like Shoe Barn and all this other bullshit. But basically, it's a Ponzi scheme, ladies and gentlemen. And so Isaac Hayes, Nelson Apega, you're paying for their lifestyle.
Yeah, that was definitely the Forbes Riley. There was this space, this pitch queen is what they called her, and she was one of the main mods in a lot of spaces. She'd come in, and I swear to God, people knew nothing about this woman's background, but when she got an opportunity to speak, she spoke with this really high-pitched voice, and she would tell you that she can help you create the way that you were going to say your sales pitch. And she has this platform that's off the application, and you can zoom in, and it's $2,500 for you to have access. But today, and today only, this space and this space only, she's going to give you a link, and you're going to be able to, kind of click in on that, and you'll be joined in, and you'll have like a free consultation and everything. And during that consultation, you'll be given a discount. And
hold on, time out. Prince of the City says, I'm actually a popular individual, but y'all are funny, LOL. You're also not going to collect on your bet. You've got 25 more minutes.
And so she has this Zoom platform where you'd be able to, get entry to, and it was a whole bunch of people on Zoom who also were in Costa Rica with her. They paid not only to get access to this everyday Zoom, but they also got an opportunity to pay for themselves to get all the way down to Costa Rica and share this house with her and her model bus builder 20-some years younger boyfriend, who is also her husband, and she lives with her daughter. And so she's going on, one day in this room, and she's talking to this girl, and this girl calls me. She's like, oh, we have somebody in the room right now who has this wonderful story. And she was like, Angel, if you can come on stage. And she was like, this girl has shared her story with us here on this platform, and it's a really impactful story. It's really powerful. And she was like, I think that you'd like to hear this story. And she said, Angel, do you mind sharing? And I was like, actually, I'm not in the space to share, but I can tell you a little bit about my experience in a couple sentences. So I said that the entire time I've ever spoken about my lived experience, I said the fewest words I could. And she pumped me up like I was this celebrity. And she was like, well, you don't know what you just done for yourself. You've gotten yourself free access, consistent free access into our space, and we're currently in Costa Rica, and we're going to invite you down, and I can't believe this is happening in real time. I've never done this for anybody, and da-da-da-da. So I joined into this Zoom space or whatever, and she has me introduce myself and talk to these people about a little bit about myself, and it's probably about an hour, I'm in this Zoom, and she invites me to come back the next day, and she was like, you are not going to believe we have a special guest in. Everybody is going to be so thrilled to meet her. And she talked about her nonprofit. She's like, Angel, and you're going to be most excited because she's also from Pennsylvania. She's from Philadelphia. And she was like, I cannot wait for you to meet her. So I was excited to actually, I can't lie. I was actually really excited to come back the next day. It was kind of boring, that 1 hour that I was with them, but I was like, I wonder who this is, it was a pretty cool experience for me. I get in the next day, in and around the same time, and there's this black woman that's there, and she's the host of the room, and we're all now waiting for Forbes to get in this room, and apparently she had some technical issues or whatever, and she finally gets in, and she does her loud introduction and has everybody do these like weird fucking exercises of breathing and this and getting ready to get all their notes and stuff together, and then she's like, introduce this woman. And you guys, I'm not gonna say anything about this woman's story, but as she was telling this story, and as horrific as it was, she talked about the experience of child abuse that she experienced from the hands of her mother and members in her family and community. And she had already gone through so much before she was even at the age of 9. I mean, I'm talking about like gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, like makes you want to just, bring down the flames yourself, if you could. Story. There were grown men crying, in tears. Like, these men were putting in the chat, like, I can't do this, I can't. And you're like, obviously everybody's on Zoom, so you're watching these people in real time have this reaction to this woman. And the guy was like, I can't. I'm sorry. He's like, I can't. I gotta log on. He's like, I know I paid to be here. He's like, but I can't. And then she's finally done with what she has to say, and Forbes immediately gets back on her microphone, and she
hold on. So Prince of the City said, I can't tonight, but I can tomorrow. Are you having a room tomorrow? We will have a room tomorrow, but you only have 20 minutes left to collect your $500, which I knew that you wouldn't collect. But I'll tell you this, I'll give you $250 if you can get Grant Cardone to show up tomorrow. But he has to agree to stay and let me ask him a few questions. Just a few questions.
He has to show up before what time, Roger?
He has 20 minutes to show up.
Well, he has 20 minutes to get $500 from me. But if he gets Grant Cardone to show up to a room, let's say tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Pacific time, if you can get him to show for that, I'll pay this kid $250. I'll cash out.
I'm curious. I will match Roger if you can get him in the next 20 minutes. But if you don't, if it's not the next 20 minutes, you've lost your match for this.
Yes, and here's the thing. But if you can get him tomorrow, he's got to get on stage and be willing to answer at least 3 questions.
That's very generous.
That is very generous of you, Roger.
He says tomorrow guaranteed. Great. I can't wait. It'll be worth $250 to ask these 3 questions. Hopefully, American Party will be streamed.
He can do an hour.
Even better. Okay, it's on for an hour. And 3 questions. Hopefully, American Party will be streaming. We will make it a big event. I'm going to guess that this clown doesn't log in tomorrow.
Don't ghost us.
Let me ask you this. We've all spent countless hours in fucking Million Marathon, right? Have you guys ever seen this guy? Ever?
Let me go look at him one more time.
No.
I can't say that I haven't seen him. He does kind of look a little bit, I've brought in people up from the group, so he does look familiar to me.
Is he somebody that you remember contributing or in any way?
I do remember him being on our stage. I do. Prince, you can confirm that you did speak to us on the platform of Million Marathon, is that right? Because that's where I think I remember you from. Can you say yes or no to that? Like, you were actually pulled up many times. Okay, yeah.
He said many times.
And that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. I said he's probably one of these guys who's talked to Grant many times and literally have taken notes. I'm not going to ask you, to show us to PTR your notebook, but I'm pretty certain that you have one. So yeah. Yeah, he does look familiar to me, Roger.
Mixed-Ed, do you know anything about the whereabouts of Hunter Shackelford?
Is that like Biden's friend or something?
Who's Hunter Shackelford?
She's in my PTR.
Getting to the real topic now, the real guts of it, right?
All white people are racist. PayPal me.
Huh? The PayPal me took me out.
And she's wearing a Pepe onesie bodysuit.
Actually, somebody drew in the Pepe eyes and mouth, but she was wearing a green dress.
I mean, it fits. That would be a funny looking dress. I like it.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Not if I see you.
She's built perfectly for.
That is a bodysuit. That is not a dress. That is a one-piece stick-me-on.
Yeah. She like squeezed that and it morphed around form.
Exactly. It has done its best to tuck, and that is a stick-me-on.
Wait, Angel, is this some kind of saying or something?
That was a stick-me-on?
No, he said, I'll see you tomorrow morning. And then he said, the Grant, have a good night.
Why would he say it's tomorrow morning? I said tomorrow 8 p.m. Hopefully he's not.
That might not be his first language.
Even better. Hey, McSad, do you think that that outfit that Hunter's wearing violates any of the 613 rules?
Not 613. The rabbis have some modesty standards for what to wear. There's I don't know if it's biblical about like covering up erva, but it's definitely implied. Like Noah curses his grandson because they revealed his nakedness. They're like modesty standards. The general rules are like you're not supposed to wear flashy clothing. This applies to men and women. Flashy clothing, form-fitting clothing, so clothing that just clearly accentuates your body, like this woman, that'd be a problem. And then with men, it's like covering up their genitals. For women, it's covering up their genitals, and most of the woman is covered up. Like they're allowed their forearms and like shins.
Let me ask you. Mentioned covering their erva. Does that include the vulva?
Yeah, erva basically is like nakedness or like your shame, something like that. But it basically means genitals, most essentially. But like the term erva of like your private body parts, it's kind of a legal status. So like a woman's hair is considered erva. Like that's her private part. It's her decision whether to show you her hair.
I had no idea that Pepe was drawn on there. I thought it was actually.
I know it looks
wrong. It
totally.
I said the same thing when he said that shit was drawn on there. I fell out. I said, "Who the fuck did that?" I went into his picture and I had to zoom in, and they did an excellent job. By the way,
Yeah, the positioning of the eyes and the angle of the slant is like perfect.
I was like, "Yo, why did you put on that fucking Halloween costume?" Oh.
It's perfect for her topic that all white people are racist, and she's wearing a Pepe suit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this is so you guys don't know, I do this little thing when I click on, normally I kind of like to troll wigs and weaves and things like that, but I've kind of, I've moved on a little bit from there, but now I have this thing where I'm like, who has the best PTR of the week? Like just for myself. I look through the crowd and I'm like, oh, that might be a good one for the week or whatever. Some of them are mostly lame, but you win, Roger. You definitely win the best PTR of the week.
PTR something else. Hold up. This should be good.
Fucking get said. Finish the sentence and then just disappear.
PTR.
Does that really hurt?
Yeah, that is actually really her. That's
The only benefit to this is that her size, she won't be around much longer. So you guys won't lose her anymore. You guys ever see the Fat Positive video troll that they put together? Where they had all the women that are like plus size model, like or extra plus size models, all this kind of shit. They're going through each individual one, and they're like, died on such and such date, and it's like, bam, dead. And they're just going through showing each one of them. Like all these famous TikTokers and shit like that. They're like, we're big and we're healthy, and it says died 6 weeks later.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah, what's up?
How many drinks would it take for you to fuck her?
Oh, there's not enough alcohol in the world. I don't even like big girls at all. Like, yeah, I'm like a 160 limit. Over 160. It has to be a tall girl to be like 160. Yeah, I don't like the big girls.
Akima would take this down.
Oh, I bet he would. Akima would be smashing. Akima.
Hey, what happened? What happened today that made this Hunter Shackelford person a topic who I never heard of until you titled the room? But like,
we were reminiscing about Clubhouse legends, and there's not many bigger legends than she. She is one of a kind.
I wouldn't spend any time reminiscing about Clubhouse legends, simply because there's more important things going on in the world. Baseball lost the legend yesterday. A real
Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah.
Her anti-pretty saga was, yeah, that was brutal.
PTR.
For her, it was brutal, but
PTR.
I remember it.
Dude, I got a buddy. He's like fucking 5'6", black dude, and kind of yuppie black guy. He loves playing that dude. I thought he was joking. You know, he was talking about a girl like that. He thought was fucking super hot. And we were all giving him shit. We're like, oh come on. It's like, no, this is really what I like. There's dudes that are into that shit.
I don't understand how people can be into near-death experiences like that, but I guess I need to be.
Yeah, she'll be dead the next year or two, so you won't have to listen to her anymore. That heart's on its last leg.
Yeah, her anti-pretty saga that took place was, I think, kind of the entry to her meltdown that she had on this app.
PTR.
At least she's covered.
She looks like a stunt double for King Kong.
Dude, I was about to say 100 men versus her.
was women like Hunter who had given Makeup their confidence on this application. I remember being there.
You have to throw a bag of flour on it just to find a wet spot. They'd probably be everywhere.
I only heard bits of what you said, but it's probably for a good reason. I don't know if I want to ask.
Oh,
No. PTR.
No, Angel, when you have a girl that big, they say you gotta throw a bag of flour on her to find a wet spot.
It's roller and dough and find the wet spot.
Bag of flour, that's what I'll use.
I like that shirt though that she's wearing.
She didn't even do the PH one.
It's actually a really sad photo, Roger. And the shirt is the reason why it is.
I posted that PTR and Sean raised his hand, wouldn't come up. Sean, what's up?
Hey, Roger. No, I came up to the photo. It's just the sound quality is better on stage.
This is true. See if I can find any better photos of her.
Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe I can, like, understand this photo a little bit better if, maybe it said something like, for all that, or something, but not just that.
Roger, this is the worst one right here. That's a terrible picture. Okay.
PTR.
Wait, are you guys adding AI to these photos? Is that really her lips?
No. Oh, you got the same one I just found. Damn it. I just got that one. No, it's on Google Images.
I don't know if I'm more stricken by the twin-size bed or what is that on the bed behind her. If you look at Roger's picture and look directly behind her, what is that?
I'd say that's a little bit of dookie. It's probably because she can't wash herself properly. It's like crusty, it's like crumbles from the blood crack. Or from
Okay. Here's the last one.
God, my thought was the same. Like, no, she had a slide to the edge of the bed and doesn't realize that's there.
Look at this one.
I mean, I agree with the sign. All the people down in the audience sleeping. But I can count on one hand how many times I've fallen asleep while slumped on Clubhouse.
Hope, why don't you come up if you're awake?
There's no possible way people could be sleeping in this room.
Oh yeah, they do all the time. Everybody on stage will leave, and you'll come back in, and there's like 20 people in the audience.
Not with this PTR at top left. Half the room is turning upside down.
I'm awake and I'm on the beach. It's not midnight for me or morning. I guess.
What beach? You don't have to be specific, like what part of the country.
I'm actually in Europe at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out for the needles and condoms.
On the beach?
In New York?
No, not New York. Europe.
Oh, Europe. I thought you said in New York.
No, in Europe. I'm in France.
Yeah, New York's bad.
No, I've never been to the beach in New York, even though I live in New York.
What part of Europe?
I'm in south of France.
No.
Sounds beautiful.
Yeah. Weather's great today, so it's nice. I don't know why you guys are still up there. It's insane.
You should hop on a little boat to come see the UK for a day.
I'm actually coming to the UK for 2 days in August, and then back again to the south of France.
I actually came in here earlier so I could fall asleep, but I don't know what happened.
I don't see any of the chat on YouTube. Like, where am I supposed to look to see the chat on YouTube?
On his page, the reason that I came up is I didn't see it either. If it was streaming, it would not have come up. Just saying.
I did click the link. I can't see it.
Oh, I heard it now. Let me see if I can actually see it. Yeah, it's there. I'm going back down, guys, or keeping quiet.
Roger, you still there? Yeah, I'm here. I was looking at YouTube. I still can't see the comments.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just like everything went dead silent. I was like, you're not here anymore, then everything's changed.
Mm-hmm. So where are you guys seeing the comments? I still can't see.
He definitely does.
Who is this?
John Kitover.
Yeah, you got traumatic brain injury. John Kitover, American.
What about
We love it. I did.
who's hippies and artists?
I did.
Congressman Kitover.
He's running. He's not Congressman. There's no way he'd ever get elected. He's not.
Why not?
I said the same thing about Trump.
Why couldn't he win?
Because he's insane. Have you gone to his YouTube page and watched all the stuff that he's been posting, even of himself doing weird things while he's watching 24 phones that are being streamed all over the internet? I mean, he's insane. I mean, he's even more insane than Trump. I don't like Trump.
Yeah, but we love it.
We love
You love
them.
I think he's doing some good things though.
He might be doing some good things, but then he's putting other people's lives at risk, so that's not very good. No, because he's going into rooms where there are people who you don't want to know people to know who they are in terms of the countries they come from. And no, I'm talking about rooms where, for example, let's say the dysphoria of Iran are in a room they're discussing. You can do that, but there's a big difference when you go into a room and you're streaming. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I don't talk very often, but let me finish. When you're filming a screen and you're zooming in on people talking, and if there are people listening on the internet, on YouTube, who are part of the IRGC, that puts the lives of the people who are on the stage at risk, who are against the IRGC. They can, but on the same note, they may not, because there's so many rooms. But they can go back to this YouTube page all the time and see it. Anyway, I don't want to discuss this. I don't want to be online, so I'm not discussing it.
Yeah, the IRGC, probably each one of those guys might have 20 phones or 20 different.
But just call me a minister. Seriously.
It's the person that just got really young.
I just don't understand why they don't like this streaming it. It's just like a private room where nobody can be in it, and somehow he snuck his way in there. It was like disseminating information. I could get that, but the IRGC could just make the account, go and sit in the room and write down shit with a pen and paper. I mean, that's what I would do if I was the IRGC.
Oh, really? So if you were in the IRGC, you would go on Clubhouse?
Well, no, I wouldn't, but I'm saying in her scenario where she's saying the IRGC is going to be doing that, which I think they're all like crazy thinking.
Actually, there's one person that I know personally who comes into these rooms, who everyone knows, who was actually threatening her family and her were threatened because of
Is he just
dope.
pro IRGC?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's just insane. But when there's stuff on the internet, it's easier for people to find out information, especially when they have your photos. Hence my photos changed. Now it's a photo of a dog. You want to find.
You know what you should do? You should probably not come on public rooms and talk about stuff.
And as Mojo knows, I don't normally come up. I don't come up anymore.
People are scared of IRGC.
Rich, why don't you back off?
No, I just pressure.
This is your thing? You want to badger women?
No, I just want to badger people that think that there's some secret with all of like IRGC.
So there's only one way of thinking about this issue, and it's your way.
Okay. I agree.
Well, you don't have to surrender your position. You just don't have to badger.
I know. I just see the audience on here, just like listening in the audience and a bunch of people rambling about nothing.
I just think it's weird. I mean, look, maybe it's because I'm familiar with her. She's cool. She's polite. She engages in good faith. And most of the time doesn't want to engage at all because of experiences like this. But, I don't know. I like her, so that's it.
Thank you, Roger. Pleasure.
You're very well. David's been unmuted for
I thought he just like muted music page.
Anyways, guys, it's been fun. I have to go prepare for the end of the world. I think this tsunami is supposed to hit me.
Thanks, Dave. Pleasure.
Hey, look, there's a piece of shit in the audio.
Yeah.
Use it over and over, fucking scumbag.
Well, let's leave it down there. Who's still awake? I'm going to bed. You guys, anybody want the mod badge? Anybody looking to keep this thing going? Take that as a no. Alright, beautiful people. We'll hang out tomorrow.
Why would the day you piece of shit?
Good night, everyone.
There's a
you. I know you was trying to unmute your mic, but we couldn't hear you. No.
Oh, I think of, I'ma shake the table.
No, when she said to A1, "Are you trying to read me, sis?" And he said, "Yes, bro, I am." He read out that time. But she's funny. But yeah, she's not a nice.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, do you think she's, cause like you would see her as a housewife of Atlanta person?
I don't know if she fits. If she may be a little declassé for that crew, but she would be funny.
They fake class anyway, so she'll fit.
No, but she can't. Yeah, she's more of a love and hip hop girl.
Yeah.
She's not but she would be funny. I think it would be hilarious, but nobody.
Yeah, I think the founder would do better from Slutty Vegan. Well, they mentioning that both of them will be on the show. Yeah, she will do better because I just feel like she is Atlanta and she's been in Atlanta a long time and she is a wife and.
I think she's from New York though.
I think I heard that.
Yeah, she went to Clark.
That she went later on to Atlanta.
She kind of came down around my time. So she like we're in Atlanta.
She went there for high school or for college?
College.
Yeah, so she was later on.
Yeah, she went to Clark, but a lot of people.
I thought she was from Maryland.
Oh, man, I know she's not from here.
I thought she was from Baltimore.
I'm gonna check right now.
I know she went to Clark.
She is Dr. AG. She is from B-More.
Yeah.
I thought she was from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Huh?
She was born in B-More.
I thought she was. Yeah, I believe she lived in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I know she got a slutty vegan there.
Cole was born and raised in Baltimore. Her parents are Jamaican immigrants.
But I don't know. She may have lived in Brooklyn, but I know she's from Baltimore.
Her mother is a wealth
Doctor, you
advisor
can't hear
at
her.
PNC
She's saying
Bank.
be more. She's saying, she's.
Yeah, that's what I said, be more.
She's confirming what you said, Doctor.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was wrong. But I knew she wasn't from here.
Oh, wow, her father served prison time. 20 years. And then he was deported to Jamaica. She went to Clark. She was in a sorority. Then she moved to LA. Then she moved to New York. So she did some acting in LA, and then she went to New York to work in a television, doing production for a television show. Okay.
Yeah, like a few years ago, she was the commencement speaker at Clark, and she gave all the graduates like their own
LLC.
Yeah, that. Yeah, thanks.
Oh.
She's a really interesting person.
She has 3 kids.
She was on Instagram the other day talking about somebody stole her Bentley. If we see somebody riding around Atlanta in a black Bentley, let her know. Like, the black Bentleys are like Toyota Camrys in Atlanta. Like, that's.
And if they take off the plates, how you supposed to know whose car it is?
Yeah, and she was something like they had the key, and I'm like, I mean, I know they be like shit, but she wasn't like the explanation. It just was like, huh? And then she was like, so if you see a black Bentley around Atlanta, she's a little hood too. I don't know. She might be in that fight. So that's not a good look if she is. Pinky? I mean, she's good. She got like pink locks.
I know, but she just got her ownership back, right? She lost the majority of her locations for a second and then got it back.
I thought she was this the lady with this red hair.
I thought so too.
Oh, look, you got Pure on the stage. Y'all showing out this week. Y'all been acting real cool. I like it. Oh, God. What else is going on?
I'm having brunch. I'm having brunch with Summer Lee tomorrow. Yeah.
Really? What y'all gonna talk about?
The revolution.
Oh, okay.
Did y'all hear about?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Did you hear about what?
The man who painted a bridge who painted the tunnel under a bridge, and people ran into it.
Yeah, did they catch him?
No, they still looking for his ass.
That shit looks like it's a real entry.
Yo,
If you look at the
people
picture.
have they shit up.
It's not
You hear
funny,
me?
but it looks like a Bugs. Is it Bugs Bunny or who would you?
Yeah, it's Roadrunner, and he painted Roadrunner. No, his Roadrunner is literally painted on the side. It's a tunnel, and it has Roadrunner painted on the side.
Wait, yeah, Roadrunner.
Yeah, on the side, like right on there, like pointing, like go in here.
That shit looks real.
Are these people new to the town, or what's going on?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
How would they not know? Like, and then you
they
see a
built the tunnel
Roadrunner
overnight.
on it? I thought that was crazy. I was like, okay, maybe they're visitors.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think it was it don't look like it was in America.
You heard what happened to
But
Speedy
it's
Gonzalez?
not, is it recent? I thought this happened a while back.
I think it happened this year, but they're still looking for him. That's why I guess they keep running the report, because they still haven't found him.
You heard what
I tell you, this lady just walked in front of her car out.
He just starts to ask. I answer the phone to talk to him. He starts laughing at me. What the hell are you?
You heard what happened to Speedy Gonzalez, right? Speaking of Roadrunner.
Was all that stuff racist, like Speedy Gonzalez and stuff?
Well, he got picked up by mice. Yeah, and that Ricochet Rabbit helped. You know, bing, bing, bing.
You go back and look at some of those old cartoons. I got was it a Warner Brothers classic that I used to play in the car when driving, road trips with the kids that I thought was cool. Man, some of that stuff does not age well, to say the least.
Yeah, Speedy had a mean tag.
So culturally, I just found a thing that said that wasn't true. It was a prank.
What you mean? I'm looking at this lady car too. What is it on the did you see the picture of it? On the one which do you see the picture of it?
my goodness, this whole time I was talking, I was reading the article on mute.
Oh no.
My bad. My bad. But,
We could hear you when you were reading.
But, it said that, anyone who did a little research into the incident quickly learned the prank did not actually happen, and the story was first reported and debunked in 2015.
Oh man, let me live in my fantasy world. No, thank you, Dr. E.T.
Yeah, y'all can't believe everything y'all read on the internet.
Y'all can't be just, consider the source.
Did you see the picture? And you done playing Duck Duck Goose?
Yeah, I saw it, but the picture, they said that they created that.
Oh, and
yeah. That the painting wasn't real, and they created the image of the car. They used, they created the symmetry to make it look like the car had ran into the thing. But Snoops, the fact-checking website, checked it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good luck with your BMW purchase. It's the ultimate driving machine. It will give you a thrill, especially if you get the manual. But be advised, BMWs are like women. They need a lot of maintenance, and you have to really, treat it real like a woman. And they run like a beast if you treat them like a woman. Yeah, like a beast. Vroom, vroom. Anyway, good luck.
Yo,
Oklahoma
what up,
schools.
Peace to the space. Point. Long time, Point. Pardon me.
What was that about the Oklahoma schools?
Oh, I was trying to let Robert finish. He gave it.
Oh,
yeah,
I was like,
yeah. Peace to the space. I just heard. I heard Point's voice, so that kind of that just my attention went there. But
not Point's voice makes you guys excited.
That was crazy.
I didn't say excited.
It was inferred.
Doing that.
I'm joking.
I know.
He has that same effect on me. Point. You had that same effect on me. Don't worry.
I want to say
it's the content of my character.
Let me tell you, Point.
Who was it with the Oklahoma schools?
Me. I was trying to let Robert land, but
Point.
But the hello already landed. Now it's going off somewhere else.
No, you have.
I'm not gonna tell Robert to shut up. I'm like, what do you want me to do?
I know. Good. I'm gonna shut up. I'm zone. I'm zone. I'm going on.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know what to say. He was still talking. So Oklahoma schools are now teaching that the 2020 election was stolen.
Oh, great.
The superintendent has added that to the curriculum. That is crazy.
Isn't this the same guy that was caught watching porn?
Shut up.
4 days ago? Yeah.
Oh, so maybe this is a
Wasn't it
distraction.
Oklahoma?
The superintendent of Oklahoma.
Yeah, what's his name?
Let me pull it up. I think it's Ryan, though. Like, it was like Ryan something, but let me pull it up.
Okay.
It's Ryan Walters. He's the one who did the Bibles.
Yeah,
that's
him. It's under investigation.
He's the state superintendent of public schools. Yeah.
Yeah, for the state of Oklahoma, and he's also the one that was caught watching porn at a meeting, and the members of the board reported it, and now he's under investigation.
Let's leave it up to the states. There's no
So they said,
and this man is still allowed. This man is still allowed to make decisions. It's crazy.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
I'm trying to find the story on the 2020 election. Okay, oh, this is the 19th.
I'm posting a USA Today article. Hold on.
Anyway, Robert, what were you going to ask?
I like USA Today. I'm thinking of switching them from the New York Times.
I forget.
The New York Times is becoming trash.
Okay.
Agreed.
And they're doing a lot of propaganda. No.
I'm just
Robert,
reading
they
the
don't
paper,
like
that's
me.
all.
They don't like Robert.
No, they love me. They love me, actually.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They stepped all over you. They just squashed your head when you came in here.
No, ain't nobody squashing no heads over here, man. My shut things. I'm cool, man. I'm an easy person, man. Yep. So what's our topic? What are we talking about? One progressive versus 20.
I was going to talk about the guy I can't find. Whatever. There's this dude, right? And he's an older guy, older cat, like in his 50s, 60s. And 3 of his sons were, one of them retired from the military, and 2 of his other sons are in the military. And ICE bundled him and fucked him up, beat him up. Oh, yeah, old man. Oh, yeah, and his sons are serving this country diligently. It's just a shame. You can Google it. Since you have a Google department here on the stage.
Yeah, I was looking at that famine over in whatchamacallit, man, Palestine. This is crazy.
Well, send some food over. Send some food.
We were told I'm not sending food over, but if you want to send food over, it would be good when the UN was in place. But what I found out today is that actually it's changed. Ever since Israel and US took over, that's when the famine began. You can mark that date. That was May 26th of this year. I think I have some audio. Let me see if I can access that audio. This is a good clip.
Getting clips and articles and other.
That's how we have to. Don't you think for yourselves? That's how we have discussions in here. Yeah, that's how we run. That's how we do it. Yeah,
I prefer people to think for themselves and have a conversation.
Right.
But okay.
Yeah. Well, everybody should think for themselves, but let's give them something to put in their brains and analyze so that they can think.
Oh, okay. Give them
Hypocrisy. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna play the clip. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Clip. I found it.
You have to get permission to do that. You can't violate my ears.
Oh, you can leave the room. I mean, people. We cool. We got rules, man. We don't play no long ass clips. We don't do none of that. We try to play short clips from good sources. We don't do just the regular. So this is from a great source. I forgot who it was, but I'll see once I click on it.
Are you reading it or are you gonna play it?
You interrupted me.
Why are so many being killed near aid sites in Gaza?
By the way, the source of this is The Economist. The source of what we're listening to is a report that was filed by The Economist. Okay. All right, here we go.
Gaza is on the verge of famine, according to a group of UN agencies. Hundreds have been killed trying to collect basic food supplies. These are deaths linked to the distribution of aid, according to reports from Gaza's health service. They increased dramatically after May 26th,
It stayed below 200 deaths.
Are you gonna read?
Hold on, because I want you guys to read.
Because you're reading.
Guys, listen to what I'm saying to you. It goes up to 800 on the graphic.
You're in the Matrix.
What is going on?
So the deaths go up to 800 on May 26th.
25. This coincides with the start of aid distribution by the Israeli and American-run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF was set up by Israel to replace the UN-led system of aid, which it claimed was strengthening Hamas's control over the population. According to a report from the New York Times, Israeli military officials have since admitted they had no evidence Hamas routinely stole UN aid. GHF set up just 4 aid centers in Gaza. They're all inside Israeli-controlled areas, from which civilians had previously been told to evacuate. When a site is opened, a designated queue starts here, 2.7 kilometers away. People then wait for a signal, indicating they can make their way towards the distribution site. Satellite imagery shows this site overwhelmed with hundreds of people. When The Economist's Israel correspondent was allowed to observe a GHF center, he witnessed chaotic scenes.
The crowd surged forward and broke into the compound when
More than 200 charities and NGOs have called for GHF to be shut down, citing near daily killings at distribution sites. And 31 governments, including Britain and France,
Gaza humanitarian aid and the U.S. into over May 26th. You have to be on it. Yeah, people over there starving, like there's famine over there, and this was not supposed to happen under this administration. It was supposed to get stopped, but it has actually increased and gotten significantly worse.
billions down.
We know that, already.
Why you always mess up with Robert?
Well, I don't know. I mean, food in Gaza, World Food Kitchen, Chef Andre, some of us know, and some of us know friends of his, and they killed 7 of his workers of them trying to feed people in Gaza. They were going to feed millions. So you got to go a little backwards in time and check out, I don't know, modus operandi of that area. Food? Who wants
and
food?
Water.
Water, yeah. Food and water. Are you kidding me? God forbid they get that.
I have no words.
You okay, Point?
Well, I wanted to say one more thing. I mean, if you played that and see aware of the fact that, I don't know, thousands of Egyptian children filled bottles with rice, flour, different things, and threw it in the sea. And it was floating on the beaches of Gaza. And the IDF went out in ships and boats and started collecting them so that the people wouldn't even get a bottle. Wow. With food. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you really want to talk about it, I mean, we can go there. But I don't think we really want to go there.
That was AI. What is going on?
Don't just let that. We need all hands on deck right now.
Water, stop it. That was not real. What is going on?
You got blood in the game or something?
What are you talking about, sir?
I don't want to talk about genocide. Don't get them triggered.
Girl, be quiet.
That's why Kamala lost. Yeah, because she didn't recognize genocide. She lost millions of votes because of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're under the orange Cheeto now, because of Gaza. But you don't understand how that's connected. But I bet you do now. I bet you do now.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
That's crazy.
We can't hear you, Robert.
You're covering the mic. Some of these things, most of these things are just literally right in front of our faces. Right in front of our faces. There's nothing that we're experiencing. Like, when I heard it the first time years ago, certain positions, I knew right then, right there, that this was a problem. And it's really sad that it took people to be in this position that they're in now, and this country being the way it is now, people to go, like, just get the memo now. Like, where y'all been at, man?
What are you talking about? For most of the time you were talking, we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh,
So,
damn.
yeah,
All
so
right.
you're like maybe
I'm somewhere else?
3/4 into this conversation.
All right.
So what are you
I gotta
talking
recalibrate.
about?
Nothing. I was just saying, like, you know, the current condition that we see our country in, it's just like this. I mean, this was really, we saw it though. I mean, you know, some of us spoke on it. Some of us sought to give, you know, analysis, raise the red flag, so to speak, sound the alarm, whatever you want to call it. But here we are now. And so the good thing is that, you know, you guys can circle the block now. Maybe people will start paying attention to when things are analyzed. It's just like, see how real this shit is. I don't know, nobody want nothing to do with it. And everybody want to be on chill mode. People don't want to be bothered. But in the course of your regular day.
I find it very interesting when people make comments like that, because you have no idea what people are doing in their private lives to impact a particular situation. So I think it's important to name the people. If you mean like government officials, then say government officials. Because there are like organizations that are activated and trying to do what they can.
Morning, this is Laura with Legal Staff. I'm reaching out in regards to the meeting you have set up with us in the past a couple of weeks ago. Actually checking if you're still interested in remote staffing and perhaps discuss how.
That's what I'm addressing. Whether they be in professional capacities, whether they're in politics, whether in their neighborhoods, wherever. I'm just saying, you know, I'm kind of upset with that cohort. So I'm just a little upset with that cohort. So that's what I'm talking.
What's wrong with hypocrites? Yeah, but why would you act like hypocrites don't get a chance to speak? Hypocrites can speak now that they're getting aware. Yeah, allow them.
Damn, my screen is stuck. Yeah, just those images of seeing those skinny bodies out there. I guess it came across, I saw it, and I'm like, damn, that reminds me, like, you know, back in the days with Africa, we see the flies around them and whatnot. You see their skeleton. That's the images that are coming out of the Gaza Strip. I saw some images.
Like every thought that comes into a person's brain doesn't have to be articulated. I just think like sometimes there is I would just go on me.
Yeah, that's not a thought. That's just horrible to me. Yeah, that's just horrible shit. Like, that's just horrible shit. You know, like I said, it's just horrible. So that's just.
So what is this? Wait, Robert, what is?
I know you didn't say good idea. I was going on mute. I know you're not playing with me, sir.
Respectfully, Dr. A.G., there is no...
Excuse me, sir?
No protecting the Holocaust.
What are you talking about? You use words in ways that clearly demonstrate you do not know what they mean. For me to say, stop interrupting. For me to say, have respect and think about your ideas before you articulate them because you don't know how people are impacted by them. It's not me protecting anything, ass-lick. It's about having sensitivity when you are talking about issues and things that are happening in the world where people may be personally and directly impacted. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not protecting anyone. And all of this virtue signaling and outrage that people have on the app, what are you doing in your real life about it? Right? How are you activated in your real life to make a change? That's what I want to know. And that's what my point was going to. Because there are people who sit in these rooms who are actually doing stuff. That's what I'm talking about. And all y'all social media activists and outrage artists, full of shit. So don't play with me. I'm not protecting anyone.
Yeah, Robert, what did DJ Khaled have to say? Where's DJ Khaled?
Oh,
I think we all vote with our dollar every day. That's the first step.
I saw Khalid, not to cut you off. Khalid is on the beach looking like a whale. Y'all saw that recent picture with him? He's sitting on the beach, right? And you should see, like, he looks like a whale sitting on the beach. He's somewhere far in the background is beautiful, just sitting there, just like that's where I saw him at last recently. That came from oddly. So that's the sighting that I had. But that shit bothered me. And I'm part of me, like for talking about sometimes I don't know what's gonna come out my mouth. But that shit right there, just like that bothered me, man. It did. It just bothered me. I mean, we got a whole bunch of problems. Not Khalid. Not that Khalid did. Well, I'm talking about the images of the starving child. It was an image of a starving child, like the bones.
Okay.
Like, shit we
understand.
All right. So anyway. And then to his question, I mean to Point's question, that's where I saw Khalid. Yeah, he was on the beach and he was spread out, literally stomach. He put on back. If that's a recent picture, his stomach is like that shit look crazy. It's huge.
So he didn't look
it's like
hungry.
A bunch of pillows.
He didn't look hungry at all.
Right, the contrary. Looked like he eating all their food. He looked like he eating all their food. And I'm not even wait till y'all see the picture. Wait till y'all see the picture. No, because I'll let Point discuss it. But just put it this way: he looks like he's just really overeating and living it just pure, like just gluttony. That's what it looks like.
I thought you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Yeah, what's going on?
The purpose of bringing up DJ Khaled is because he's one of the biggest Palestinians.
Thank you. I thought we all knew that, though. I'm sorry. I didn't know we were doing remedial. I didn't think I needed to say that, but I guess some people didn't know that. But thank you for saying that. I mean, yeah.
Anyway.
He doesn't have a voice on his people, is what we're saying. He never has a voice on his people with all the fame that he has. And come to think of it, our artists today, yo, what's up with y'all? Like, all this shit going on in the club.
Listen, concrete.
No, hold on, no, but think about this seriously. Because we politically correct. Work with me here. I make a lot of sense if you just listen, right? So this room, this is my own politically correct, right? Really super sharp on people. Like, you guys impress me over and over again with various skill sets you have. So all I'm saying is this. When I think about, like, just historically growing up in the 70s and the 60s, artists always came out like when there was trying times and Marvin Gaye songs and Stevie, like nobody, all of these artists and nobody could come up with a powerful song just to bring some relief to people, inspire people, try to bring people together. No fucking body? That's crazy.
I didn't.
I'll let.
Yo, Rob, yo, Rob, you can't hear me?
No.
Yeah. I'm outside, my fault, brother. But yeah, listen, bro. I'm Gen Z. I just want to say, brother, this generation, or not even this generation. I just think society as
we need y'all, man.
Yeah. Nah, but listen, where we at currently, timeline, man, it's that shit back there. Like, this is like, I often, whenever I would read on history, educate myself about history, and I used to just sit back and think, like, man, how did humanity allow this atrocity to happen? How did humanity really just sit back and watch a certain group of people get treated a certain way? And I reflect on what is going on right now in Palestine. It's something that I understand, that I've come to, to the conclusion that most individuals and most people are very passive and are very self-interested. And as we all should be. We should all be interested in preserving ourselves and our livelihoods and everything, but we just live in a very selfish timeline that people don't want to put their pockets at risk, whether it's DJ Khaled, as you said, and his stance on what's going on and his own personal success, or as far as, let's just say, NBA players, and that moment when they decided that they were going to boycott the NBA during the 2020 police brutality situations. And all it took was a phone call from Barack Obama to tell them, hey, I don't think you guys should boycott the NBA. Let's really sit back and think about it. There's better ways to do this. So I just think that in terms of change, where we are in society and humanity, not a lot is going to happen as we're seeing. Like, we all know what's going on in Palestine is wrong. We all know that there's people in our government that should be held accountable for what they're allowing to happen. But a lot of people in society don't have the backbone and the spine to do what's right. And that's just what it is at this. Well, that's where I'm coming to, because I've protested. Listen, in my personal life, I've even told an Israeli woman that came to my institution as a spokesperson to try to, educate my peers on what's going on in the Middle East right now, or what we call the Middle East. And I had to tell her off, like, listen, I don't know if you think we're uneducated, but this is the most informative generation that has ever walked this planet. It doesn't take much to Google and understand, what happened truly in 1948 and where this all took, what needed to take place for all of this to happen.
Yeah.
And she was confused. So, to answer your question, man, rappers, celebrities, they're not going to do anything about it, because we're just in the timeline where people are worried about their pockets, and being selfish is cool. Being selfish is doing the right thing. And that's just my personal opinion.
Thank you so much for that, Fuck 12. I only really, get serious when I'm talking to Gen Z and others, right? Because they're the future. So, yeah, keep hope alive. A lot of hypocrites are coming out of the woodwork now. The joke was made about DJ Khaled, but where's Rihanna? She has children. So eventually in a month, she'll come out and say, oh, it's so awful what's happening to children. And some of us know that it's all hypocritical, because the industry, pays them, and they dance a tune. They dance for their master, the Zionists. We know this. So keep hope alive and keep your spirit going. You're the future, and you're the light. Shout out to you.
Why are we acting like we give a fuck what DJ Khaled says about anything?
Fuck all these mainstream establishment artists.
Y'all still ain't bring me into the light. I don't even know what we're talking about. Why was DJ even mentioned? What happened?
He's a supporter of Palestine and the whole occupation.
No.
His heritage is from here, right? Yeah, right.
Dave Chappelle.
I thought you were talking about Khalid.
There's too many talking. That's why I couldn't understand the first time.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
I'll shoot
all the information and stuff.
People have asked him to, have a voice.
You can't have one night.
So he had it on the beach and talked about it. Is that the problem?
No, there's a recent picture. The beach. Okay, guys, there's a recent picture. You probably will see it on your timeline of DJ Khaled. And when you look at the picture, can't wait for you guys to see it. You'll see a very large.
Okay,
you'll see
we
pick
get
up
it.
a lot of weight.
Wait a minute. Don't interrupt him. I need to understand.
Right, somebody asked the question. I'm answering.
Robert, you gotta back it up. Dave Chappelle woke it up first by making the
No. What is that?
No, this is good stuff. Y'all gotta listen. This is good stuff. Listen, guys.
Dave Chappelle said it first. He's like, you know what? And this is Dave Chappelle that hasn't said nothing in a minute. Came out of the woodwork, made a tweet, said, hey, where's DJ Khaled in all this? You're looking at Gaza and starving. This guy's, he's been awfully quiet for being Palestinian, especially when he looks, and he's fat as hell. He's the only fat Palestinian on earth. I'll pull up the direct quote, but that's what.
So let me just say this: the whole him looking like whatever on the beach it has nothing to do with the conversation. The point is, Dave Chappelle brought up the fact that he's the biggest Palestinian celebrity right now. Why is he not saying something? That's what it is.
Yeah, he said he's the only fat Palestinian.
Right.
I think when you're saying that, I think that part of the context is making it confusing for the room. It shouldn't be.
It's not confusing. It's not confusing.
Oh my God. It's confusing when you cut me off. Hold on, Robert. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. The point of it is we can talk about, people should speak up, but when people aren't making large amounts of money, I think it's fair to hold them responsible, which is interesting because I have never heard anyone from the Palestinian community holding DJ Khaled responsible. So it was interesting that Dave Chappelle did.
What is it that he should be held responsible for?
No, Palestinians have criticized him. They have criticized.
Hold on, Robert. Can you let somebody else go? Womack, go ahead, because you was gonna ask my question.
Yeah, what is it that he's responsible for? He's in DJ that grew in Miami, went to New York, and has been in the hip-hop industry for 20 plus fucking years. What is he supposed to be responsible for? We've never taken advice from DJ Khaled on fun. We've never taken his financial advice. We've never taken his sports takes. Most people don't even take his musical taste seriously, right? Because people criticize if he's actually a fucking producer or not, and half of the people don't even give a fuck for his DJing skills. So as a character who has really good friends in the industry and has made a career for himself based off of his relationships and not really the music he makes or the records he spins, why the fuck do we care now? And why do you think he should step out of pocket, out of his lane that he's been in for 20 plus years? He's never spoke on any political issues. So what makes you think he should now?
Can I answer
I'm gonna go because I let Womack take my turn. And just to add to that, I'll broaden it out a little bit. Where does it come from, this expectation that because people have money, right, or that because people have wealth, or that they have celebrity, that they are obligated to act in ways that other people determine are righteous or humanist or whatever? Like, where does that expectation come from?
So,
just to add to Womack's question.
If I may, excuse me, please. Before October 7th.
Somebody else was going to go, actually.
Oh, the truth. I'm going to bring the truth.
Who was it that came off of the mic?
Genocide.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hold on
genocide.
Hold on one second, because I got to go to a meeting. But let me just answer a bunch of those questions really quickly.
Oh, you trapped point too well. Okay.
Got a job. I'm sorry. But the first one is, if I'm the person that's purchasing, I can make decisions about what I purchase. And so if I don't feel like you're doing enough, I can make that decision for me personally. And I think that we should all exercise that right, that if we don't like how somebody that we're supporting, including Coca-Cola or whoever else, is moving, then we should not support them. So that's why I don't F with Fat Joe, because which is going to tie back into this. Fat Joe is the one defending non-black people using the N-word because it's part of the culture. Fuck that. So that's why I don't fuck with Fat Joe, even though I like his rapping style, whatever. I just don't. In addition to that, the same thing here. DJ Khaled did speak up about Fat Joe and said, like, we shouldn't be coming after him about using the N-word. He did speak out and say we shouldn't be coming after him about him calling, when he was in the verses, those two black women dusty black bitches. It was Little Mo and whoever else was on there. So he did speak out about that. To him, that was a big deal. But talking about his own people is not a big deal. That just seems odd. So to me, hold on, let me land. To me, that's enough for me to at least question it. And I respect Dave Chappelle for saying something that was unpopular with a lot of people. Numbers disagree with, is it Womack? The numbers disagree with you. That nigga, DJ Khaled is popular.
So
simple.
I never said he wasn't popular.
Walmart, we're not looking for his advice. Hold on, we're not looking for his advice. We're looking for him to use his people. People are looking for him to use his influence. People are looking for him to use his influence.
Robert, you knew that was Womack, yo. What's your new name, Robert?
Oh, yeah. So that's it. That's what people are hopeful for. Not advice, but simple fucking empathy, simple acknowledgement of the fucking shit that's going on in your homeland, man. That's it. Nobody's asking him to be an advocate or do anything to the extreme. But God darn, you like nothing. You don't acknowledge nothing.
This is just moral grandstanding, though. This shit.
It's not about grandstanding.
Y'all are. This is. You know why? You know why? Because Buddy just talked about Fat Joe.
He let you finish, so let him.
Yeah, it's about like, and yes, Palestinians have echoed their concerns or their wishes that they would he do something or bring some type of attention. Yes. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Like y'all ODing, like.
Okay. So go ahead, Womack.
This is moral grandstand. Hold on, point. You can go right after me. This is just some moral grandstanding bull. So, Buddy, whoever it was that brought Fat Joe hasn't had a record in forever. You're not gonna convince me you're boycotting Fat Joe's fucking music, right? DJ 22 or 21, some shit like that. He hasn't even been doing music like that in the last 3 or 4 years. The fact that you want these people to come out of their little pockets that they've been in, sheltering themselves with their industry relationships, their wealth, and everything else that they've put around them. You think they're coming out of pocket to talk on a situation that they never touched on? This situation has been going on since he's been in the industry, right? There's been issues in Gaza since he's been in the industry. He's never spoke on it, not one time. What the fact that you think that you can just guilt trip somebody into stepping out of their own pocket is fucking weird to me. Because what is the purpose? We're gonna argue about DJ Khaled for another hour, and nothing's gonna change. And he's not gonna even if Khaled spoke on it, it wouldn't change a thing. That's just my only point. He wouldn't change shit.
All right.
I notice you're trying to silence me, and I know why. I know the reason why. And the reason why is this, because before October 7th, there was nothing but Palestine coming out of DJ Khaled's mouth, and you can go double check that. Once October 7th broke, DJ Khaled knows he works for Zionists, and he better shut the fuck up. Dave Chappelle said what he said, but if you really, really understood what he said, he was going way, way over DJ Khaled's head. He was going to the Zionists that own the record industry. And he's basically saying Rihanna even is quiet. Beyonce has children, she's quiet. And DJ Khaled, you fat fuck, you're from Palestine. So the issue is what's going to happen to Dave now, because he went after the power structure. You thought he was going after DJ Khaled, but that's your small mind. So the issue is, this is why Kamala lost. And that's why you've been silencing me and don't want to speak on the stage. All right, you're triggered. All right. I know you're triggered. The audience knows you're triggered.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have an administrative point. You said what you said.
Yeah, but you never stopped anyone else and slowed anyone else down, saying, okay, then, only me. Why? Because I know the truth, and I know you know the truth, and it's bothering you. So here's what we're facing in America now. Under a dictatorship, your balls are being squeezed by the orange cheetah. And he's hired the same people who used to do the genocide to come do it to you through Palantir. But you're going to find out later. So thank you.
You're welcome, babe. All right, I have an administrative situation. Somebody has Mr. Barefoot. He needs to get some shoes on his feet. Michael Barefoot blocked. Who's got Michael Barefoot blocked?
It's crazy. He's the least blockable person on the whole app.
Exactly.
I think I
Shame on you. Shame.
My phone was wet. What's his profile? You said Michael Blackfoot?
Barefoot. B-E-A-R.
He's barefoot.
But it's B-E-A-R.
Wait,
he's got lots.
He's the gentlest teddy bear on Clubhouse.
Y'all like the
I know, it's me. I'm sorry.
People be having people blocked though.
I did this the other day. No, but that was totally missing.
I don't know.
I think you guys got my mama blocked. Can y'all unblock her?
No, I literally, my phone was wet. I said that the other day.
So your phone is wet and that causes you to block people is what you saying?
No, I don't, sometimes your phone does, it presses buttons when it gets really wet.
If you try to handle the mic, she said it was the water that got in her phone that blocked you. It was the holy water. I don't know.
I'm really
No,
sorry.
I had sometimes I on mic with my hands wet, and then I have to try to mute up. But
Yeah, so
I don't know
that's-
about that blocking. Got crazy. Clubhouse, please remove blocking.
That guy, no.
Let these people deal with these crazy.
No, he's not crazy at all. Like he's.
Oh, no,
just
not him. I'm just saying, like,
he's never said anything crazy.
I just want to say I got credit again for mending the piece. Thank you.
Well, there was nothing to mend, but you did get credit the other day for mending. But this was a mistake that my phone. My phone.
It's fine. I take
Yeah, you apologized to him, Sin. I told him. That you said sorry.
Yeah.
It's fine. I take credit for it anyway. Thank you.
I'm gonna stop blocking people because I want to be a part of the people that block. I want to feel special.
Start with
You want to what? No, don't do that. That's not nice.
Because when y'all say somebody blocked somebody, I never have somebody blocked, so I don't.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Y'all get back to the Palestine conversation. I had to administrative. I know. I'm just saying there was somebody that probably wanted to respond. So here's my take on Khaled. I hear what people are saying. You are expecting this from him, and that's perfectly fine. However, I'm looking at it from the standpoint if I were in this person's shoes. I don't know that I would or that I wouldn't. But for me to have an expectation of someone and then shine them in a bad light, I don't think that that's good at all. And that's my point. You got it? Point?
I don't know. Social capitalism is what's going on. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Social capital exists. They're leveraging their celebrity, their personality, all of these things, and they've put themselves in the position to be critiqued on every single thing. As a result, that is a part of the job that they've taken on. They know this, and we have no. There's nothing on us to be silent about that. We have no imperatives, no, it's not our prerogative to be silent on how we feel about their responses to things that we feel that people in the public sphere should be responding to. And silence on an issue that's serious in the public sphere is something to talk about. And then particularly with somebody who's actually from that area with family, oh my God. Yeah, we don't owe that to him to be silent or to not have a critique on any moral basis. Niggas see he's silent, say something. Like, the problem is we're not saying anything at all. The problem is nobody's saying anything. The problem is everybody's just like, everybody hates what they see and nobody says shit.
I got you. But my thing is, for me, if there's something going on in your life that's personal, and then people start asking you questions about what's going on in your life, right? And you don't care to discuss or give them that information, you have the right to that privacy. He has a right to his privacy. He doesn't have to come out and say anything. It's not mandatory. Yeah, you can want what you want, but everybody's old enough for your wants not to hurt. You better scratch your ass and get glad. Like,
but you old people need to get off Clubhouse because you don't understand, and it goes way over your head. This is why Kamala lost. Because you didn't connect the dots.
Hold on. So,
why is it every time I'm speaking, it's hold on? And other people speak, if you never say hold on to them. And I know why you do that. Because now you're sitting in your shit that Kamala lost. Now you're thinking back, and then you'll connect the dots to understand that's why I'm not finished. That's why she lost more than 15 million votes because of the fucking issue we're discussing right now. And that's why you have the orange Cheeto up your ass. And you don't want to look at it because you know it's true, but you're hypocrites. The issue is not DJ Khaled. Robert dropped something. You don't even get the underlying, and you're still focused on a fat guy on the beach. That shows where you are. And in 6 months, then you'll go, oh my God, I get it now. It's too late then. So it's just like the video you were listening to, the clip you were listening to about Nancy Pelosi's trades. 45 days after the bitch made the trade.
After the fact.
I mean, you guys, this is why I trolled you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
So Kyler is not obligated to do anything, but everyone got their own opinion. To me, he's spineless. How do you have a platform and you don't say shit about what's going on with your own people? Period.
Yeah,
He's
we
fucking
know that.
spineless.
Yeah, we know that, but the issue is bigger than that. Try and think about Cali.
Well, to be fair, like if we're talking about an artist, he is technically a business, and businesses operate using what's it called? Business ethics, right? They have a thing called corporate social responsibility. So every company or any entity that is trying to make money always considers their business ethics, because the way that they're perceived is very important, because they know that if I'm doing the wrong thing socially, I'm going to be held liable and accountable for that. Right or wrong? Is that something that we're all aware about here?
Sure, but you don't go boycott every company who hasn't spoke out against what's happening in Gaza, bro. You don't do that.
Hold on, brother. So I disagree with that, because again, if I use the example of the 2020 protests when it came to police brutality and the death of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor, companies were jumping out the gate and virtue signaling, saying that, hey, we stand with black people, we are listening to your plights and the things that you're going through, and we know it's wrong. They were coming out and saying statements like that because they knew that, hey, they could be next. They could be boycotted next. They could be protested next. So I disagree with that.
You can disagree. That doesn't make it true. I mean, and not to mention those particular situations that happened that you just spoke on happened in America. There is no corporate gain by and large for being a political figure for what's happening in Palestine for a lot of these companies. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't right. I'm not saying that what's happening over there isn't wrong, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't say anything about it. I think everybody should point a light on it. But what I'm saying is there is no, if there's a random fucking tech company, there is no incentive for them to just say Free Palestine on their fucking header of their profile page or of their website. It doesn't make sense. So your argument, while I get some of what you're saying, doesn't apply across the
So hold on real quick. Let me just respond. So I disagree because, again, you can see it right now, even what's happening or what happened with universities and what Trump had to do because certain universities were taking stances because their student body were holding them accountable. This definitely affects us. I mean, AIPAC is one of the biggest lobbyists in our country. So what happens over there directly affects us. It affects us to the point that...
Why are we talking about an impact?
I said AIPAC.
I know, but you're saying that it impacts us. It affects us. I'm saying, why are we talking about... Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Because I'm trying to understand what you're asking me.
No, I mean, I want you to go ahead with your submission. I'm just trying to figure out why are we gearing off. I don't think that's his submission about saying that it doesn't impact us. I feel like you're going deeper into
I'm saying that it does impact us, and I'm stating why. And I said how a lobbyist.
Hold on.
Oh gosh.
Hold on, Fatwell. Because you were talking over First Lady, you missed what she was asking. She understands that you're saying it impacts us. Her comment was she can make her comment. Go ahead, First Lady, because he didn't hear it because he was talking.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how is that relevant to Womack's point, because Womack isn't making the point that it isn't or can't be impact or affected, to us, or, an impact to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I'm
I'm even more confused because I was directly answering that. He said
that something happening in the Middle East does not affect us. And that's what he was speaking on to the example of the police brutality example that I used. And I'm saying that
So he made a point about it
let me-
not being hurtful. Okay.
Yeah, let me clarify that point. My point was not that it doesn't affect us. My point was the companies that we should boycott are not incentivized by just randomly speaking out on that particular issue. Not that they shouldn't, again, but there's a bunch of companies who are not incentivized to do that because their customer base is not going to be affected if they do not speak on it. So rather than politicizing their companies. Okay.
So now that you stated that, I disagree because Starbucks was directly impacted because Starbucks lost a lot of fucking money throughout these last 2 years since all this stuff has happened.
Look at the article. They use it.
No, they actually did. Hold on, stop fucking interrupting me.
You've been speaking for so long.
No, stop fucking interrupting me. Are you good? Yo, are you good, bro? It's like just to be in my way.
Everybody go mute. Okay, so if
I'm sorry, I'm just like
over people, if you're talking over people, then you can't be mad when people talk over you. So if your rule is, if your rule is you don't want to be interrupted, then don't talk over people.
So with all due respect, I did not. Because you cutting me off.
Because I'm trying to bring the temperature down with everybody bickering back and forth, sir.
I understand that, man, but I myself did not interrupt anybody.
Everybody can hear what's being said.
I understand that, man, but I was interrupted.
That's what
I understand that, man. I was the one that was interrupted, and I was responding to the interruptions.
But now what I'm saying to you is, you're not recognizing that you were also interrupting. You interrupted and you talked over Womack, right? You interrupted.
He was responding to me.
And you're interrupting and you're talking over me now. All I'm saying is, if your rule is you do not want to be interrupted, then you should not interrupt. So you got I think you got about 15 seconds, and then we're going to go to Odie. Please, nobody interrupt so he can wrap it up in 15 seconds, and then Odie can make his comment, and if necessary, they can have that thing back and forth. And then after Odie, it'll be Johnny's.
Y'all can have it because I lost my point.
Okay. Odie's on the phone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I find it kind of problematic that we put so much pressure on celebrities or public figures to be advocates or be vocal in certain situations just because they may have some type of connection to the situation. And I'll agree, I'm biased because I worked in a space where I dealt with and managed the reputations and public profiles of people. But who's to say that, because this happens a lot, people who have persuasion and influence and they have reputations and they have power and prominence, who's to say that they're not doing things behind the scenes or in private? Because a lot of people, the most savvy people in a lot of deals and negotiations are made, they use their public influence to make deals and advocate privately because they don't want the glory and accolades